Everything seems like a good idea after you've had a few. Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority thing.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it. You know,
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Hope you guess my name.
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes till somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
you know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done on other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta, what's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. Glad to have you here. The Braves are scuffling for the first time this season. And, Mike, we said we were going to go through a stretch in the season where this was probably going to happen, where you lose 3 or 4, maybe even 5 in a row. We've been so good that we've not experienced this season, but right now we're in the midst of it. And last night, Mike, pitching failed us. Pitching failed us last night.
Yeah, and I had the misfortune of seeing Elder's last start before the All-Star break where when the ball's in the zone, because Carl, he doesn't have overpowering stuff, he gets by on guile, and he mixes his speeds. He's always around the strike zone. He's not afraid to put the ball in play. Team's got to play good defense behind him. That's always kind of been how he's been successful this season. And when he does get the ball up in the zone, or in some cases, guys just made the effort and just went down and got it, he just got shellacked. That's 2 outings in a row where he got shelled. So not saying we're losing faith in Elder, but he's going to have to make some adjustments with Kranitz and see what they can come up with. But I apologize on the same like record skip about pitching, but we got to get some more. We got to get some more before everybody else does.
Well, when you score 5 runs, Big Bo, in the first inning, you think it's going to be a wrap, right? We've gotten so spoiled to seeing our guys putting up 5, 6, 7 runs in the first inning. We did it again. It's the 5th time this season we've done it, and we've lost 2 of these games.
That should never happen with a team like this.
5 runs in the first. This should be a wrap, but it didn't play out that way, and Elder gets chased in the third. 7 runs, 7 hits last night in 2 third innings. That's not going to get you there. So bullpen has to step up. And then what happens late in this game? Kirby Yates gives up a tying run in the 8th, and then Iglesias, Mike, 3-run 9th. 3-run 9th.
Yeah, that was ugly. And look, you've lost a lot of pieces. I think maybe because it wasn't necessarily as good as the night shift. But, before the All-Star break, this team was one of the top 10 ERAs. Great staff. But you're missing a lot of components now in your bullpen. And I just get shaky when I see a lot of these guys. They're not dominant. They don't have electric stuff. Kirby Yates is a nice story, but I don't think anybody feels confident when he comes out of the bullpen. So I think you need a bunch of stuff at the trade deadline now if you're Double-A. And this is not prisoner of the moment, guys. This is the cumulative effects, Carl, of all the injuries the bullpen has suffered.
All right, and we've got to discuss this. Again, I'm not in panic mode, but I do think there is some thought that Elder has regressed. When we get to the month of August and into September, guys, now you're talking about Fried hopefully coming back at the end of the month. You're talking about Morton, who's been great, Strider, but Elder and Soroka are probably going to be the guys on the back end of that rotation. And then you're still talking about A.J. Smith-Sharver, Jared Schuster, Dylan Dodd. You still have some options. But who do you trust the most? And that's what we're going to start getting into, where we're going to start talking about, Mike, in these games that matter, all right? We're still in front. We still have a nice lead. But what does this look like in the end of August and into September during the stretch run? And do you want a 6-man rotation? Because if Elder's struggling, and I don't know how long this is going to go on, maybe this was the last one of these for a while, but 12 earned runs, Mike, and 6 innings pitched in his past 2 starts, that's just not good.
No. So now you got a couple of things on your wish list. I feel that a starting pitcher is needed. And I just don't think at this stage, as the Braves have gotten progressively better at spending, and Liberty Media printing money, that stock is going through the roof, by the way, it's time to let Alex Anthopoulos go get top-level front-end starting pitching. No monkeying around. No like bargain basement stuff. I mean, we mentioned Smiley before and, Dallas Keuchel a couple of years back. They got to go get the best available starting pitching. And look, I understand. I was arguing this. Some Braves fans, Carl, I don't know what you guys are saving this crap for. You saving it for what? Next year? Team is loaded. Go use your prospects. If you got to move on, Chris, and move it. Eventually, the farm system will reset. But you're in the window. 3-4 years, Carl. This is your window to go get World Series. So I don't want to hear about, well, you can't trade that guy. Nonsense. Go get some better pitching. We need better starting pitching and bullpen.
The best thing about yesterday, and hopefully they'll bounce back tonight, was Riley. 7 RBI, 2 home runs for Austin Riley. This is what Brian Snicker had to say about why he stopped worrying about Austin Riley a long time ago.
Yeah, it was good. You know, it's somebody asked me about him the other day, and I said, that's one guy I don't ever worry about. He always gives himself a chance to get it going, regardless of where he's at. I stopped worrying about him a long time ago because I know at some point he's going to get hot. And it was great. The way we kept coming back, as they did too. You know, it's like a Coors Field game right there.
Yeah, it's just, as Carl pointed out, when you spot a pitcher like Elder, who's an all-star, that kind of lead, you're not supposed to lose that game. And then it just gets back to, you know, what's the excuse? I mean, yeah, we're playing at an amazing clip. You are not going to win 115 games, Carl, maybe 120.
Yep.
But this is still showing what you will be exposed for in the postseason. This is a little sample size of the stuff that will come back and bite you, and why I harp on it. Not having enough pitching when it matters. And the regular season is great. And you all know the postseason is different. If it was the regular season, Bobby Cox would have 5 titles by now, right?
It should have played out that way, Mike. We know that. It didn't, and we lost our 3rd straight game despite Austin Riley's performance. We will see what happens tonight, and we will certainly dive into where we go from here. Last night, we also had a bunch of mistakes. It felt like, you know, we kind of let them back in it, and then we gave the game away. Olsen missing a grounder in the 9th. Sean Murphy, bad throw. There was a multitude of things happening last night as the Braves lose 16-13. 16-13. One of the highest scoring games for the Braves this season. All right, Mike, the other thing going on, obviously, is SEC Media Days. We've been talking about it, covering it all week, and we will continue that today. Billy Napier at the podium as we speak. But Nick Saban took the podium this morning. And the biggest thing for the Alabama Crimson Tide is the quarterback battle. He was asked about it, and this is what Nick Saban said.
There's not a decision that needs to be made at this point in time, nor are we ready to make that decision at this time until somebody separates themselves.
Okay.
Who's that going to be?
Got a transfer from Notre Dame. You've got a guy, Milroe, who played, you know, he can run through a brick wall, but, you know, he's got to be more accurate throwing the football. So you don't really – that's why you and I were saying, if you look at LSU, you could take whoever doesn't win that job and be the best quarterback in the Alabama room. So Saban's it's almost, it does feel, now Milroe they have expectations for Milroe. Doesn't it feel a little bit like a gap year under Mark Richt? You know, when they didn't have like the next big thing ready to go?
Good team, not knowing if they've got a great quarterback. Right? Good team. Listen, they're going to be good up front. The defense, I think, is going to be good under Kevin Steele. But the whole thing is, the reason why Bama's been in this position year after year is because they've had the quarterback right.
Right. And you have to. So, I mean, and look, say what you want. I mean, I know Stetson Bennett was disrespected his entire career in Georgia. The dude made plays, you know, and the guy was invited to the Heisman, you know, awards in New York for a reason. Jalen Milroe, Tyler Buckner, kid that moved over from Notre Dame. Then you got a couple of true freshmen. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Saban pulls this off with a new OC who's considered to be a pretty good quarterback whisperer.
Yeah, Tommy Rees was with Notre Dame, was the OC there from 20. Actually, he was on the staff for 6 years, but was the OC from 2020 to 2022 before coming over to Bama. He likes him. I don't know enough about Tommy Rees to say he's going to be a difference maker, Mike, and a quarterback whisperer and turn these guys into stars. But we're going to find out. More on Alabama coming up. Nick Saban talked about Reese. He talked about Hugh Freeze, the transfer portal. He addressed a lot of things today. But I will say this, and I know Alabama fans aren't going to like it. Alabama! Kirby Smart commanded the room yesterday. And today it was almost like Nick Saban just walked in and did a presser. It felt a little different. And I'm not taking anything away from great Nick Saban because, again, he is a 7-time champion. But I do think the gravitas and all the things that have happened over the years with Nick Saban, Mike, it's kind of shifted. And we said it yesterday. I sat there and watched this morning when he came on. It was the Nick Saban, and they gave out, Sankey gives out all the things that he's accomplished. And he comes up there, and Saban's just kind of happy to be here. Thank you, guys. I mean,
I don't have anything else to say about it.
Thank you.
So don't ask.
Yeah.
I mean, like, he's not in full grumpy old man mode, but, it's just by now Saban's done this a million times, and he knows, like, the narrative David Pollack told him, if you didn't already know last year during the championship weekend, here's where it's at. The one thing that is being communicated, or at least they're talking about it, in the locker room, J.C. Latham, the big lineman, saying that a lot of people, disrespecting Alabama. Okay.
Yeah.
And that card's been played from Pop Warner to Pro
Because
Sports.
if it was up to you, we're 6 foot under already. We're dead and buried and gone.
And then, talking about what are the expectations. Look, Saban probably enjoys a little rat poison. When you get this, everyone's hyping LSU. We're on
Rat
the LSU.
poison.
We're on the LSU train. But, the players are talking about disrespectful. I don't appreciate that all. Like they've said, understand this group. I know we're going to win it all. National championship, undefeated. Joe Moore Award. I want that also. So Latham was not taking a backseat to anybody and was putting it out there, which I think you should anyway. You're Alabama. Even though Georgia's got the high ground, you should be pumping yourself up.
Well, again, and Kirby has not caught him yet. I'm not telling you Kirby's better, but Kirby is on top right now.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where we're at. All right, plenty more on SEC Media Days. Coming up, we're going to hit some headlines. Also, Desmond Ridder getting more exposure, which is always good. As the rookies have reported, vets report next week, and Falcon training camp gets underway. We'll get into that coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Dukes and Bell.
Lord have mercy.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell, and we've got to address this because it's something we've talked about on the show, and now there's some finality to it. We talked about this article from Alan Judd, and Judd came on the Steakhouse after he published this article, insinuating that Georgia basically was ignoring, sexual assault cases by football players. And that was the gist of it, but there were a couple of examples and cases that he specifically wanted to talk about. So he puts this article out, Mike, and you and I at the time, we said, what did he know? What didn't he know? Then we get the police report from one particular story about a kid, the 16-year-old kid who had sex with a 20-year-old woman who was basically stalking him. And today, guys, the guy that wrote that article for the AJC has been let go. Alan Judd has been let go.
And the AJC issues corrections in the UGA football program story, specifically about the sexual assault. You and I said this. I thought the article about the speeding and the reckless driving, I thought that was really on point. But this one was a bridge too far. And Judd, I think when you heard in the Steakhouse interview, he might be able to cover the State House or other things, but he was out of his element covering college football. And some of the generalizations he made, I thought were over the line. One of the things that I was railing and ranting and raving about is one of the things that they apologized for. AJC editor said they could not substantiate one of the article's key assertions about Kirby Smart's tenure, that 11 players remained with the team after women reported violent encounters. Remember that one? You and I said, what do you mean, all 11? You got the specifics on these 11 cases? All 11 went to court. All 11 were found guilty. Some got probation. Were some thrown out? It was a giant generalization. It was basically part of the, let's be honest, sensationalist nature of the story and the headline that accompanied it.
So last week while you were out, Georgia asked for a retraction of this story. And Freaky and I both said that rarely happens. But I will tell you this. By letting him go, it's bigger than a retraction, okay? And again, some corrections, as they say, that's the headline, right? Issues corrections in this story. Mm-hmm. You're kind of getting what you want, Mike, if you're UGA. You're getting what you want. The Athletic Advisory Council and the people involved with this and the attorney, everybody's getting what they want in the sense that, hey, this was not correct. And if you're going to do a story like this, you got to be right about it.
No, I mean, look, if you want to go, again, take it, just do an extra day or two out in Athens or whatever you need to do to get the details, because you were painting with such a broad brush. That's why I just thought this one was just so over the top. And again, I don't know much about Judd. Some things have come out about his previous stops in his writing career. Where,
years ago, yeah.
Yeah, similar assertions were made and assumptions were kind of generalizations were taken as fact. Either way, this guy's been with the AJC for nearly 25 years.
Yeah.
But to me, two things. I get it. You know, there's no sacred cows in the state of Georgia, and a good news gathering organization, well within its right to go to get the story, but you got to be accurate with the story.
All right. So there's the finality of that. And we don't have to necessarily discuss it because for Georgia fans, a lot of Georgia fans were peed.
Yeah.
Okay? You were. And you were like, wait a minute. And we say this. I say this all the time. Be fair and accurate, right? Be balanced. Give me the information and let me decide. Alan, if you knew all the stuff that the police report had in it, you knew about the cases that had been dismissed or never went to court, give me the information and let me decide. But I thought it was skewed. And when we played this whole thing a few weeks ago, Mike and I were like, okay, we'll see what happens. Well, today, this is what happens. Right. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Just wanted to mention that because that's kind of been front and center. Kirby, by the way, did not address that. Nobody asked him about it at SEC Media Days. But the AJC doing, I think, is the right thing. All right, Big Bo's behind the glass. He is our engineer. Turtle is our executive producer. Coming up, we're going to talk about Desmond Ridder. He got a lot more exposure over the last few days, and it's going to be a lot more here in the next few weeks as he takes over as the full-time starter at quarterback for the Falcons. We'll talk more about that. But right now, Bo, let's hit some headlines.
Strap in, youngins.
In the headlines with Dukes and Bell.
All right, I want to start first with the positive, and that's Austin Riley. Guys, 7 RBI for Austin Riley last night.
A career night gets squandered.
Unbelievable.
Hit to left. Back goes Gurriel. Gone. Braves back in front. Austin straightens it out. Hammers it to center field. And it's gone. What a night for Austin Riley. 2 homers, 7 RBI, and the Braves are back in front.
Yeah, an incredible night for Austin Riley. As we mentioned, Braves lose 16-13, but I just want to highlight that because he's going to be here a long time. Remember, they signed him 10 years. And, Mike, we've got our third baseman for a long time to come. And Austin Riley is living up to the expectation. Remember, there was a time we were like, well, how good is he going to be? Is he going to be as good as Chipper? We were having all these conversations. Let Austin be Austin. He's a baller. I love what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, it was going back to his first full season where it seems like the league kind of caught up to him, figured him out. He made those adjustments, and obviously a little bit of a struggle to start this season, but he's been on a tear ever since. So that's a shame, man. You get a career night, and you lose the game because the other team scores 16 runs. Ay. And we talked about the pitching from Elder to Iglesias and everybody in between. You didn't do your job.
Tonight, we'll see what happens. Are you concerned as a whole with the pitching staff or just a couple of guys?
Well, the injuries have added up. You're missing a bunch of key pieces in the bullpen. So the guys you're rolling out aren't as good as the guys that you lost, like Nick Anderson, etc. I mean, you're missing some key cogs. We'll talk to Grant McCauley about it at 5:40, but you just don't replace that bullpen. It's not like it was good statistically, not as good as the night shift because Tyler Matzek's not on this team because he's still injured.
Yeah.
But you got to go find some dudes. So if I'm Alex Anthopoulos, I want to beat some of these other teams to the punch. And, I think you can look at all your weapons. We were talking about getting the big-time pitcher in here. Guys might want A.J. Smith-Shawver. They may want Vaughn Grissom. And I'm ready to give them up because I want to win 2 World Series out of 3. That's what we're here to play for, kids. We're not here to play for the future. We're not playing Stratomatic baseball. So all you Braves fans who think these guys are like immovable family jewels, come on, guys. Get some perspective. This team is on a historic pace offensively. Pitching is leaking now. Got to fix it.
Crazy thing about Riley, he was in a slump. 7 for 42 before Tuesday night. So he came out big, but this is what we talk about. You still have to give guys time. We gave Michael Money Harris time. He came out of his slump. It's baseball. Tonight, we'll see what happens. Charlie Morton's given up 1 run in his past 19 innings. That's across 3 starts. He's been really good. They're going to need it tonight against the D-backs. Hey, let's turn the page and talk about the NFL, Mike, because it's something you mentioned yesterday. Adam Schefter talking about the Jets on Hard Knocks, trying to limit access. If you do that, it's not Hard Knocks.
No.
Okay? This is what
It's soft knocks.
Exactly right. This is what Shefty said.
The Jets fought it all along. They met with NFL Films and told them clear as day, we don't want to do this. And while you're all talking about the last time the Jets did it with Rex Ryan and Mike Tannenbaum, they were along for the ride. This group is not along for the ride. And Hard Knocks will not be the same because they're not going to be given the same access. The Jets don't believe it's humane to show players being released. So it would surprise me if we see them this summer. This is a partnership. This is a relationship. And the Jets are not interested in being partners with NFL Films, no matter what they say. So they're going to go in there because it is, as Aaron Rodgers says, being forced down their throats. But the Jets are not going to provide the level of cooperation that the Lions provided last year or that other teams have provided in other years.
Now, I will say this. After watching Hard Knocks last year with the Lions, Mike, I was pulling for them because you got to know a little bit more about their personnel, the coaching staff, things that you're not privy to, especially if you're not a Lions fan. Hard Knocks can do that for you. And if the Jets were smart, okay, and I'm not telling them what to do. I mean, they're going to give you whatever access they want to give you. But it allows people around the country to not know about the Jets, to give you a little bit of insight, and you go, man, okay, I kind of like this guy. I like this coach.
Right.
I kind of hope they do something. And it gives you a little extra juice. I don't know if they're going to get that by limiting the access, Mike.
No, I mean, one thing is, you got guys that are stars, and you realize, you know who the big dogs are. Aaron Rodgers is going to be one of the stories, all the studs they got. But, yeah, you root for that guy who's like the 53rd or 54th guy potentially trying to make the team, and now you don't get that juice. And, whether or not it's just, I don't know, Robert Saleh felt self-conscious about being in the camera, being in the room for that moment. Every other coaches who've won Super Bowls have gone through with this. So, to me, it's just it's not what we're signed up for. I'm disappointed. I think it sucks. It sucks that the NFL had to literally force this down the Jets' throat in the first place.
Yeah.
I mean, but it just goes back to coaches do not want any distractions at all, any time of the year. And that's why they perceive this as the invasion of privacy, the cameras over everybody's shoulder.
For sure. And Robert Saleh, stop making clock management mistakes, substitutions. I mean, we can go down. There's things that, guys don't feel comfortable with as they become head coaches. And we said this, you grow into the job. Saleh hasn't been great, but now there's more pressure, and there's going to be more cameras on him, and not just hard knocks. Meanwhile, Austin Eckler was talking about the running back market, Mike. Eckler is one of the best. He had to beg for basically $2 million in incentives this upcoming season, which shouldn't happen. But here's what he said about the running back market.
From a player's aspect, we have no control of that. I have no control. So really who we want answers from is the ownership. Like, why are you doing this? What's the reason? Like, give us, you aren't interviewing them about it. Like, how many owners have you talked to about this? Zero. And so that's who we got here. I would love to. I know. They ain't going to say anything either because for whatever reason, right, they got this thing going on where it's like a new trend. Let's not pay these guys. I don't know. Maybe they're just testing us like, hey, let's see what happens. But, you poke the bear, and, you're going to make us have to do something.
Yeah, but what are you going to do? Start a running backs union? I mean, it's the NFL. It's the league. No, and by the way, I empathize with these dudes. It's a shame because running backs, of all the guys that take the hits and the wear and tear, those are the dudes. Torn ACLs, concussions, the whole shebang. These are the dudes that are seeing the most action, and they drive the bus. Everyone says it's a passing league. Like, no team is so completely one-dimensional. You're not trying to run the football. I mean, maybe the Chiefs can get away with it a few times, but you're still part of the cog, just like in Tennessee, just like what they're trying to do in Green Bay.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting moving forward and to see how this all gets worked out. What happened today at SEC Media Days? Nick Saban talking about many things, including the transfer portal.
All right, well, we've continued to try to build our team through recruiting quality high school talent. And we use the portal sort of as you would use free agency in the NFL. When we feel like we have a need at a position, we would look and see if anybody's available in the portal that would, help us at that particular position. And I think this year we brought 5 guys in.
5 guys?
Yeah.
5 guys in the portal. Think about this. Now, Alabama's recruiting like crazy, but yet here they are in the portal, Mike, bringing guys in.
He doesn't like that portal, though, does he? Like Jermaine Burton last year. Like Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm not a fan of that portal, but, I don't like. Not a big fan of this, but I'll take 5. Yeah, sir, how do you like the restaurant? I really don't like the burgers. Give me 6. Get out of here with that. It's classic Saban.
Headlines brought to you by ATL Live Well. Low testosterone doesn't have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well today. Don't just live well. Hey, it's good he's getting what he's getting. And it's only going to become more and more as we move forward. We're going to talk about it coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
We're gonna get going. Let's go.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Are you ready? On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Turtle was just telling me Rosario's back in the lineup tonight. So
Okay.
he was listed as day-to-day. We just put out an article, and you can go check it out at Dukes and Bell 929 as we're talking about go get some pitching right now for our Braves. Listen, trade deadline is, 2 weeks away, August 1st? I think all the things, and we didn't even mention this, by the way, another brilliant move by Alex Anthopoulos, all right, to bring back Travis d'Arnaud.
Yeah, I didn't even mention that. Yeah, Travis was really stoked. The players were really excited about when the news dropped yesterday.
And again, under the radar, right? Just another guy signed, and you go, wait a minute, what? We've got the best two catchers in Major League Baseball. Both are quality. Both are great behind the dish. I
mean, obviously Murphy is the best defensive and gunning guys down at second, but d'Arnaud brings a bat and leadership and all the intangibles, and he's still rock solid. And I love about him, Carl, even when he's not playing every day, he still plugs in and produces.
So we've got two guys that are going to both be here. Murphy signed long-term, and now you've got d'Arnaud for a couple more seasons. I just think that's brilliant. But with that said, the whole Rosario thing, day-to-day, we put this article out about going to get pitching, and I was going to say, Double-A, well, I don't think he's not making calls. I don't think he's not on this. I just don't know when it's going to happen. And with him, you just never know. You know, it might be trade deadline. It might be 2 days before the trade deadline, or it might be tomorrow. So my guess is, Mike, if they think it's important, as we do, they're gonna do something here fairly quickly. I don't think he waits to see where the market settles, and then you've got everybody out here bidding on all these guys.
Yeah, and an example of, d'Arnaud, we thought maybe at the beginning of the season, perhaps he'd be the odd man out, but they love the dynamic you just talked about. So don't need a position player. They got guys. They don't need anybody to come in and swing the bat or fill in at left field. I mean, aside from Rosario, they got dudes. So you got to get pitching. That's the only thing I think that any Braves fan, I think, would agree that 1 through 9, Carl, and the bench, you are set.
All right, let's talk about Desmond Ridder. Excited for next week. Excited for us. By the way, we've told you, but we'll continue to mention this, that the morning shift, Steakhouse, Andy and Randy, they'll all be at training camp, those open days. If you're making your way up there, you may run into us. We'll be up there as well, but we're actually doing our show at Hooters Mall of Georgia, and we're doing it 27th, 28th, which is next Thursday and Friday, and then the following week. So plenty of days for you guys to come out and hang out with us. But Desmond Ridder made the rounds yesterday. He was on NFL Live. He was also on SportsCenter, and he talked about going into camp as quarterback number 1.
Yeah, for me, it's just, I know what the season's going to be like. I know what it's going to hold, how long it is. And then obviously, you talk about the offense. I have, a whole year of offense under my belt. And so, I'm excited to get back in the building with the guys and get going and just, try to reach our ultimate goal.
So it is different because last year we knew going in he was going to back up Marcus Mariota. We kept thinking at some point he was going to get a shot. Maybe earlier in the season it didn't happen. But it's different when it's your job. It's different when you report and this is your team. So I'm curious to see, how that goes for him. Mike, everybody talks about his leadership. I think he's going to be fine.
Well, you got to get better pieces around you than last year. We only had a small sample size. It is what it is. But now you got a much better line. If Bergeron wins that left guard job, we talked about him yesterday, which rookie's going to have the impact, how Bijan and how the game played, and how, again, how much of this is going to be different from last year because of the pieces around you. I think he can adapt. Arthur Smith always tells us how much this guy is sharp and picks things up, but just a matter of executing, Carl. And, man, you've got – if everything's clicking like we think it shouldn't – it's not like you need him to be Joe Montana. Put it that way.
Yeah, I agree. You don't need to be perfect. But Desmond Ridder talked about putting in the work with Pitts and Drake this offseason. Listen to this.
Yeah, for me, and obviously, Drake and I had a great connection last year. And for myself and Kyle, we didn't get as many reps as we liked to last year. So for me, it was just about, keep developing that relationship with Drake and then obviously, build that relationship with Kyle. And that's, whether it's playing golf on the weekends or actually being out there and working and working on our crafts together and just growing that connection both on and off the field.
I think it's important. We talked about this with Matt Ryan and the receivers he's had over the years. It's no different, guys. And it's up to these guys to put in the work and have that connection. Sort of like, I just know where you're going to be, and I trust you, right? And Matt had that with Tony Gonzalez when he got here, and 3rd and 6, we knew where the ball was going, and he was going to catch it.
Yeah, I mean, and we talked about the great – remember you and I would argue about the great quarterback wide receiver combinations like Marvin Harrison and Peyton, Marino and Duper and all that and Clayton. But just Julio in the red zone with Matt were not exactly what we probably thought we were going to get at the end of the day. But this is where I think Pitts and Drake in the red zone, can't wait to see this team. Let's hope we're not settling for field goals, and I don't think we're going to be this year.
I don't either. I think we're scoring a lot more points. Right, Art? We're going to score more points? It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
I mean, obviously, we need to score more points.
Exactly.
About 4.5 a game.
Desmond Ridder was also talking about Bijan Robinson. What did he say about the Falcons' newest weapon?
Yeah, just his explosiveness. I mean, you obviously see it, on his film from Texas, but just seeing it in person, we haven't got the pads on yet, so we'll see what it's like when we get the pads on. But, just being out there during OTAs, just ability to be able to play anywhere and do anything, is just really huge.
Yeah, I will say this, probably till I'm blue in the face, if that's possible. You are going to be pleasantly surprised with the production and what we get from Bijan Robinson. And everybody, if anybody's doubting this is not, I'm not overhyping this because you a Texas guy. None of that. This guy is really stinking good.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know how much you don't know about him. I mean, you can go just Google Bijan Robinson Texas highlights, and I think you'll be impressed if you didn't watch it last year. The dude is, again, when you consider, and we don't want to put extra hype on it, we were talking about some of the running backs, because the running back position being devalued, running backs all coming to each other's aid about how they're getting screwed with contracts right now, but you still need them. And we did a list yesterday near the end of the show, Carl, of like 10 guys that were impactful within the last 15 years. So you're telling me if you could draft an Adrian Peterson or LaDainian Tomlinson type player, you'd say, oh, no. You don't draft that guy in the top 10. Really?
There's not a team, Mike, that wouldn't go back and draft Marshall Faulk right now.
Right.
If you had to do it. Or LT. I mean, they wouldn't do it. Like, you'd rethink the draft. After we do drafts, right, everybody goes back and goes, all right, if you had to do this draft again, then what would it look like? I'm telling you, once you see these guys for a decade and how dominant they are, you go, oh, yeah, I'd take him.
But, I will say this. I hate playing devil's advocate. I certainly don't like to advocate for the owners, but Barkley had injuries. It's not cut and dry. And he does stir the drink. You're not going anywhere without him. And then Pollard, let's be honest, he was in Ezekiel Elliott's shadow till he emerged. Yeah. But he doesn't have that resume that would say it's just like, okay, done deal. We're going to throw the Brinks truck at you.
Yeah, Pollard, I didn't believe had as big a case as Josh Jacobs, who led the league in rushing, total yards too, by the way, over 2,000 total yards. And the case that Saquon Barkley could put up, I didn't think that he had that similar case, but it played out that way. It's Dukes and Bell, guys. One more thing from Desmond Ridder, talking about being here for a long time. Mike, you said this: if he plays well, we got our franchise guy, and now we can continue to build around him, right? Because again, where he was drafted, we're going to be in great shape to go get other pieces. But he says he'd like to be here for a decade, and I hope that's true.
Because I'm the guy that, is going to go out there and lead the team. I'm going to work hard and do everything that I can to make sure that not only myself, but everyone around me is successful. I just want to bring everyone around me up and go out there and do everything that I can to lead the team to victory.
Right on. And now we got to go get to work, baby. We've been talking about this guy. Some dudes, Carl, they went out and they bought the 4, then they bought the 9. These guys are ready. They got the Ridder jerseys. I mean, they are in. You get some other guys that are like, I got to see it to believe it. And then you've got other guys going, we should have moved up and grabbed Bryce Young. Either way.
That's ridiculous.
Well, I'm just telling you how it is, man. It's Atlanta. Nobody's ever on the same page when it comes to the QB.
All right, 404-726-0929. You guys can always hit us up. It's good to see our quarterback. We're talking about my quarterback. Get some exposure, being in the limelight, and being able to help, build this brand, that this new Falcon team, whatever it's going to be, Mike. I just want to be excited about the offense. I want to be excited about this team. And we said this for 15 years at some point. I don't know what point it was for you. For some, it was 8 years. Some, it was 10. Some was right at the end. But the fatigue of Matt being here, we needed a change. And now we're getting it. I don't even consider last year, Mike, to be the change that we thought.
No, because it was the last year of having no money. It was the last year of, and that's why, I get it. There's some guys who simply look at the record and go, I can't believe you guys are psyched about 7-10. I just think other coaches wouldn't be able to get to 4 wins or 5 wins with this product. Now you finally got the pieces plugged in. Guys, it's never talked about because it's not something you'd look at in a Madden game. But in the trenches, offensive, defensive line, Carl, they got more depth than they've had. Literally, you got to go back 6 years.
It's true.
And that would be the Super Bowl. So let's go see what we can do. But again, I also don't want to crown Desmond Ridder because he's got to go out there and prove it because I still don't know what he is. And we've made the case that he's going to be surrounded with really good pieces. So it doesn't, as we said earlier, doesn't have to be Joe Montana. But I can't tell the listeners right now, I know definitively Desmond Ridder's going to be the man either.
You can't. I don't think anybody should.
Right.
Hopefully it works out, man. We will be up there at camp again, covering like nobody's business here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Meanwhile, while you're talking about Saquon Barkley, we're going to get more into this in the NFL Blitz, Mike. He says he's thinking about sitting out.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Le'Veon Bell, you're better off taking the loot, although, because again, even if you sit out the year, the Giants still have your control.
That's right.
So you're not gaining anything. Other than
because you're going to be in the same spot next season.
You're coming right back to it. So you're not really sticking to anyone but yourself. So, but this is why guys hate to play under this tag, because if he injures again, especially guys already had an injury.
That's right.
If he has another injury, then now you're Devontae Freeman and you're bouncing around teams and your football cards like a foldout. And you hope that's not the case. But that's why it's a tough spot to be in. That's why running backs feel like they become marginalized.
His quote is, my leverage. They were asking him about this, because camps are opening up next week. And he says, my leverage is I could say blank you to the Giants. I could say blank you to my teammates. He said this Monday after the deadline came and went on the Money Matters podcast. It's on YouTube. And he said, you want me to show you my worth? You want me to show you how valuable I am to the team? I won't show up. Right. I won't play it down. And that's a play I could use. He's saying could and maybe. He's not saying he's going to, but he's right. I mean, if you want to do that. Here's the thing. I think Saquon, to anybody, to all these guys, Mike, he's proven his worth. He's proven his value. And that's part of this. Like, now you want me to go back out here and show you again?
Well, like I said, I mean, availability and ability. We do know that, unfortunately for him, 2020 was a rough year. 2019, 2018, this guy was a 1,000-yard rusher. And then he had the injuries. He didn't really have the impact in 21. Last year, he was 100% right back to being the man. And obviously, Daniel, see, the thing is the Giants are also in a tough spot because there's still fans, and I think there's people in that building that don't believe in Daniel Jones.
And they paid him.
And Daniel Jones only works if Barkley's back there behind him.
Yeah, they paid him too.
Right.
All right, NFL Blitz is on the way. He says he wants all the smoke. We'll tell you who that is coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Braves trying to get back on the winning track. We're going to talk more about that coming up. Also, more on what happened today at SEC Media Days as Nick Saban took the podium. But he wasn't the only one, by the way. I mean, listen, we focus on certain coaches. Yesterday, obviously, it was Georgia's day, but back-to-back national championships, everybody wants to know what Kirby's going to say, and that's to be expected. But everybody also wants to know what's going on with Alabama. And I said this the other day. I think this reign is over. It has nothing to do with Georgia. It has more to do with the landscape of college football, where this is going, how much tougher the conference is going to get here in the next few years, okay? And especially if they go to 9 games, maneuvering that. Now, you're going to say, well, the playoff is going to be expanded. It is. And I'm not telling you Alabama won't get in. But this easy run, as though it seemed for them the last decade, where it was just expected they were going to get in the championship and have a chance to win, I think that's going away, Mike. It's going to become a lot more difficult to win these national championships.
You know, if Lincoln Riley was still at Oklahoma, I would really be worried if I'm Alabama. I'm still not sold on Venables as the coach there.
Good point.
Because they were so off. I mean, he's a defensive genius, and they're going to get better defensively, and you need defense in the SEC. But the one, and you and I talked about it, we're a big fan. I'm begrudgingly a fan because I don't like Notre Dame, but I'm a begrudgingly a fan of Coach Kelly. And we talked to Peter Burns yesterday from SEC Network, and he was saying LSU, between Orgeron and when Saban was there, 20 years ago, they've always had the talent. They just never have the right guy. Now they got a dude who has his blank together.
Yeah.
In Kelly, which could be bad news for Bama and the rest of the West.
Absolutely, it could. He's going to recruit well, which, again,
he's organized.
He's organized. but yeah, you just feel like he knows what he's doing. Nobody had LSU playing in the SEC championship game last year.
No, and a couple of years ago, with all due respect to Coach Joe, Joe Burrow, and that a magical season, that was almost akin to what you got with Cam Newton out in Auburn in 2010, if you're honest.
He had great assistants. Coach O did what good coaches do. He allowed his assistants to assist. All those guys left. Some of them got head coaching jobs. Some of them got OC jobs in the NFL. I mean, seriously.
But the rock star quarterback was a once-in-a-generation thing for those guys.
Absolutely. But he kind of got out of the way. Once he did the recruiting stuff, Orgeron didn't get in the way of them being great, because he just let his assistants do the work. Now, Brian Kelly, I'm with you. I think he's got his stuff together. All right, today Sam Pittman spoke. Also, Florida's Billy Napier and Kentucky's Mark Stoops. So all of these guys, and I think Stoops is at the podium now as we speak, but all these guys today, SEC Media Days continue, and, of course, they'll be wrapping up tomorrow, and it's going to be Ole Miss, South Carolina, Tennessee.
I'm here with my family.
Yeah, so we'll see what is said by Tennessee after all this stuff has come down this last week about them, but more about Nick Saban and what he had to say. Right now, though, let's get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
He wants all the smoke. D-Hop says, I want it. I've always loved having haters and doubters, but I appreciate it even more now. Tighten up. That's what he tweeted out. He's 31 years old, Mike. He brings 10 years of experience. He's got great hands. He's got all the tools. I don't think D-Hop's washed up by any stretch of the imagination. And I got to tell you this, when you took A.J. out of the mix and put him in Philly, and you saw what he did for Philly, A.J. Brown, and now you bring in D-Hop, how much more does that open up the door for Derrick Henry again? Because now, without A.J. there, I was stacking the box.
Right, and let's be honest, that's why it's so funny. The general manager asked by the owner, why did we get rid of A.J. Brown? You didn't want to pay him. You're fired. It's okay. So, yeah, now you got the dude. What has D-Hop got left? Well, he's certainly well rested. He only played half a season last year because of the suspension. And then Treylon Burks across. I'm looking at their wide receiver room. You're right. Hopefully empowering Derrick Henry to get back to closer to 5 yards per carry.
Yeah. If he does that, then they're going to be a problem because the defense is stout. I'm telling you, they got a great defense. But I want to see what he does. But D-Hop's like, look, I want everybody who's doubting and hating on me, love it. Keep it coming. We'll see what happens when he gets there and what that offense looks like. Meanwhile, the Steelers, Mike, they signed Alex Highsmith to 4 years, $68 million. Good deal for them as we talk about teams shoring up things right now before they get to camp. $27 million in guarantees, $38 million over the first 2 years. Here's a guy that was a wrecking ball last year for that Steelers defense. So he's going to be really good, 25 years old. But this is what you do. Pay your guys. Pay your guys. The Jets just paid Quentin Williams. Steelers paying Highsmith. You got to take care of your own.
Hey, man, the Jets we talked about, what's going down. No Hard Knocks like we're used to having it, so that's a bit of a buzzkill.
Will it look different?
No, I mean, you just won't get that. That's just, that's about 10 minutes of the show you won't get each week.
Okay.
Once you get into, like, the third and fourth week of camp when the cuts are coming down. Reason I bring up the Jets, Quinnen Williams reported at training camp at the rest of the Jets, saying that he did not take part in the offseason program because he was looking for a contract extension, which he finally got. And that's a little bit of leverage, but that's standard operating procedure, Carl. If you're a guy in his position, you don't show up for the work in May and June.
Yeah, there was no way they weren't going to pay Quinnen Williams. He's one of the top 5 defensive tackles in the league, and that defense, as good as it is, it just looks different without him. So he did have a lot of leverage. He got his bag. He will be there, and all the hype and all the stuff that's going on with the Jets is going to happen. Meanwhile, every year I get Madden. All right. Usually my wife gets it for me. And I end up playing it like probably a week.
Right.
All right. Just to check out the game and to see. And then my schedule gets busy and I can't play it as much. But Aaron Donald has made some history. The Ram star becomes the most decorated 99 club member in Madden history. Now, if you're a Madden fan, you play Madden, you know it's all about the number. Right. What is the guy's number? That means Aaron Donald, by the way, is pretty much unstoppable with the 99. You can't block him. He's going to make plays. But it's the 7th time in his career, Mike, passing Peyton Manning, who had been in the 99 Madden Club for 6 editions of the game. So for 7 straight years, Aaron Donald now has been rated at 99.
Yeah, and it's funny. I was talking to Chris, our producer, and I said, I'm same as you. I'll play Madden. Of course, I haven't had a PS. I guess I got a PS2, Carl. That's in the closet. Got to upgrade the equipment. It's like my last Madden game I had Mike Vick on the cover. I'm not kidding you. Run him till his energy went down. Then he started fumbling. But the reason, guys, it's such a story, and you're seeing it on SportsCenter and on NFL Network.
And then you were mad that he fumbled.
No, you guys know. If you ever ran Mike Vick into the ground in that game, because you could just put him in a shotgun and sprint him out to either right or left. Eventually, he'd wear down and then fumble time. But the reason it's such a big story is players pay attention to this stuff.
They do.
Guys bust chops. Randy Max talked about it with Andy, about just how disrespected some guys feel. The alpha male wide receivers feel like, what do you mean he's a 98 and I'm a 94? So it does resonate with players, and that's why it's become a story on social media and on network sports.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, it may not be as big of a deal. Maybe your kids play or whatever. I'm a gamer, so like I said, I try to play. I love the new games. I want to see what new innovations they put in there. But Aaron Donald, every time you're up against him, and it's crazy. Like, you can't block him. Either way, Cowboys, 6-time All-Pro, Mike, Zach Martin thinking about not showing up for camp. That's not good news for Zach, or Dak, should I say.
Yeah, and I just don't know where you're going to go with this one. As we said, there's a certain amount of leverage you feel it's perceived. But remember now, Carl, with the holdout, you don't get the money back, right?
No.
So that's in the old days, you get your contract. The NFL and the Players Association signed off on this. Some guys later, after they signed the deal, said, well, what? And they didn't realize what they signed off on. Yeah, you don't get it back in your new contract. They would fudge the numbers, not the way it works anymore. So if you do try to play that game of chicken, you may lose out big time.
So this tells you, and I got to tell you something, Zach Martin is a player, 6-time All-Pro. He's upset, Mike, because there are a couple of guys that are going to make $7 million more than him. Do you know who one of those guys is? Chris Lindstrom.
Yep.
Right here with the Falcons. Quentin Nelson plays with the Colts. They are atop the list of guards, okay? When you talk about guys that are getting paid, remember Lindstrom got his deal. We talked to him down at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, and he was talking about, I went and bought a truck. Okay, Chris, thanks. But this is the deal with Zach Martin. So Zach Martin's like, hello, I'm an All-Pro, and he's getting $7 million less. This is the marketplace.
Yep. And this is where you get some hurt feelings, and that's why the Cowboys are up against the cap right now. Did Dak restructure yet?
I have not seen that. No.
That's one thing that Dak may have to do if he doesn't want to be a greasy spot looking up at that giant TV screen at Jerry World.
Yeah.
You have to take a little off the top and help to do the protection.
NFL Blitz is brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. Did you hear this, Asante Samuel? Did you see this? Where he said Bill Belichick is not the greatest coach of all time. Of course, he was asked this on a podcast with our guy, Brian McFadden.
Okay.
And this is Asante Samuel. He was drafted by the Patriots, played, I think, 5 or 6 years there. And he was at, they're just talking about coaching, and they're like, hey, Bill Belichick, he's the greatest of all time, right? Listen to Asante.
Absolutely not. Are you crazy?
Why not?
Well, look at his record without Tom. You got to win without Tom.
So you telling me?
One thing I learned about being great, you got to be great in different situations. It was all Tom. I was there. I saw it. It was Tom. Everybody know it. Tom know it, but he ain't going to admit it because he want to be politically correct.
I love AS, man. He's a trip. But see, you and I we had this conversation a few weeks ago. There's not a coach who's going in the Hall of Fame or in the Hall of Fame who didn't have the franchise quarterback.
You're right.
You know, take Bill Walsh, who's considered one of the great of all time. What was he without Joe Montana? He thought he could have put Steve Young in there and gotten the job done. He didn't. It was Seifert who got the Super Bowl, by the way, with Steve Young. I think you look at Belichick, and I'm not saying that he's not the GOAT, but a little bit of luster's come up. See, I'm a big Don Shula guy, but Shula couldn't win with freaking Dan Marino. Only got to the Super Bowl once with him,
yeah.
you know, and obviously the football changed from the 70s with the perfect team. So it's certainly subjective. Parcells, now you could argue that the Tuna never had the elite quarterback. He had Phil Simms, you know, and then if you take it back to his Patriots, well, that was Bledsoe, but it's the chicken and the egg, isn't it?
It is.
You don't have the man under center. You know, Billick won a Super Bowl, just won. That was an awesome defense.
Yeah,
It's just stuff that had to be said.
It needed to be said.
Yeah,
That's what they said.
Andy Reid did not win a Super Bowl till he got Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
And Andy Reid's now considered by some to be the guy who's up there with the GOAT.
This is why when Brady went to Tampa and won, he won this argument.
Correct.
The argument is done. And when you're 25-25 since he left, 500 football, and you've not been in the playoffs since he left. So I just think, Mike, you look at the argument and you're like, yeah, he's not anything without Brady.
Yeah, and then, you know, you look at Belichick. Look, you can't hit on every draft pick. We get that. But they missed on a bunch of wide receiver picks late. They missed on the ridiculous decision to make, you know, let's be honest, a Matt Patricia, an offensive coordinator. That kind of, I don't know if that was hubris on Belichick's part. I could plug anybody in and make it work. But that thing blew up in their face, or even Mac Jones was complaining about it.
Yeah, man. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9.
By the way, who's the greatest coach in your mind in NFL history?
Wow.
Lombardi had a system with the greatest players. Had Bart Starr.
He did. Listen,
everybody went in the Hall of Fame.
I think Parcells, man, doesn't get the credit he deserves. Great defensive mind, and then, you know, obviously he won Super Bowls. But I think Parcells kind of set the tone for a lot of the guys that came after him. And
you know what?
I'm not going to be a prisoner of the moment and say Belichick. I do think Big Red is that guy right now. But if they win 3 or 4 more Super Bowls, it's not even going to be close.
I'm going to go with a guy that everybody forgets about, and that's Chuck Noll. He coached him. He drafted every single one of those players. He drafted some of the greatest draft classes in NFL history.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, guys, coming up, we're going to talk about the next 3 years. We are going to look into my crystal ball and talk about the next 3 years.
Is this Nostradamus time?
It is. Next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Absolutely not.
And then things get really good.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, baby! Let's go!
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Camp starts next week for the Falcons. We will be there along with the morning shift. Steakhouse, Andy and Randy. They'll be live there. Mike and I will do our show from Hooters Mall of Georgia. Can't wait to get back up there. What do you call it? The Taj Mahal?
It is the Taj Mahal Hooters. It's one of the most beautiful build-outs. It's a Hooters that looks like no other Hooters in the world.
Yeah, and lots of light, lots of big windows, great
Lots
bar.
of big other things, too.
Well, this is just true.
Yeah.
And we'll have the beer up there for you guys to enjoy. Hey, man, L will be on tap.
It's just stuff that had to be said.
Yeah, so we invite you to come hang out with us starting next Thursday and Friday.
We were just talking, and I was going to save it for Guy Talk, but we're really still, Carl and I were just talking during the last commercial break, that Oppenheimer movie comes out this week. We're huge Christopher Nolan fans, and that's the one theater that has actually got the capacity to see it the IMAX way the thing was shot.
Yes,
so I'm thinking
correct.
maybe one night play hooky and go see that late night over there at that theater.
Yeah.
You'll probably see this movie like 3 or 4 times anyway.
Well, I want to say Avatar Way of Water when it came out, and I don't know if you guys remember, I was like, I don't want to go see it. And my wife was like, why? And I was like, it's 3 hours. Right. And it was actually really good. This movie's also 3 hours plus, I think. And when you went to see these Marvel movies that were 250, 3 plus, and you were like, oh, what are they doing? And then it just flew by because it was so entertaining. Right. This is obviously, based on a real story and the atomic bomb. But Mike, Michelle did all this research during trying to figure out where we were going to see Way of Water because it was shot also in IMAX in a special way. That's when we found out there's only one true IMAX. Like they shoot it in IMAX, it looks different. Right. So you can go see it at your local IMAX theater, but you're not seeing it the way it was shot. Right. So there's one that has it, and it's at the Mall of Georgia. And Mike and I were just talking about that because we're both scheduled at least to go see it at some point this weekend because we're going to go check it out. But yeah, man, it's getting rave reviews. Right. The actors, the cast is incredible.
Yeah, Cillian Murphy is great. Everything he's done from Peaky Blinders going all the way back. And I read American Prometheus, years ago, and it just can't wait. And it looks like the perfect movie. And you and I love Tenet. Not everybody dug Tenet.
Yeah, Tenet was good.
It was shot during COVID. Not everybody got to see that in the theater. That's another movie you got to see in a big theater.
You're right.
But anyway, if you don't know, we're big Christopher Nolan junkies, so can't wait.
Well, I think he's done the best Batman series to date.
And I still think Inception is one of the greatest movies ever made.
One of my faves. So, I mean, the history of what he's been able to do, listen, he goes to the studio and says, I want to do this. And the studio's like, what do you need? So that's what's been going on. I know there's I know what's going on right now in that world with writers and the actors, and I get it. I hope we're not starved for content here in about 8 months.
Right.
When they've released everything and now nobody's been writing and doing stuff. But I think they'll get that resolved. They need to get that resolved. All right. I just wanted to look in that crystal ball. Look in the crystal ball for a minute.
What you got for me?
Because we think we're going to take a step this year. And I just want to say, what is this going to be in 3 years? Are we going to be where the Eagles or the Chiefs are when you talk about personnel, the roster, coaching, drafting? This all culminates with them being real contenders for the Super Bowl. And, Mike, we say this all the time. It doesn't take long. It doesn't take 5 years anymore. And the thing about this season is we're going to learn a lot about our quarterback. But the overall roster is better, and I think it will continue to get better. I don't think we're going to be in cap hell anymore. I don't think they're going to spin like that, Mike, and kick the can down the road. You had a regime that was trying to save their jobs, and therefore they made those decisions that ultimately affected how the new regime was able to do business. But how you draft, the front office, all these things, and the reason why I'm talking about this is Dan Graziano wrote a great piece about where your team is going to be in 3 years, and I'm sitting here going, where are we going to be? Because we've not been to the playoffs in 5 years, Mike.
Right. Now, again, you're hoping, it's just like every other team, you got a window. Just like we felt that if you could ever get the right quarterback in a later round, that Russell Wilson thing, the Seahawks, everything was great, right? Until it wasn't. Until people started having to get paid from Russell to Bobby Wagner, everybody else, and then the band got broke up. But hopefully we'll be able to maintain the core group of this. And look, if Desmond Ridder gets to that level where all of a sudden he's going to be making $50 million, that's a nice problem to have. First things first, though, let's get this. The next step is the team making the playoffs. 10 wins or more, and now the attitude should change. I think so many fans, Carl, you said it. For better, for worse, fair or unfair, Matt Ryan, it was just played out in this town.
It was.
And it's not fair, but it's the way the cookie crumbled. And now we've got, hopefully, we're going to breathe some life into this. It's going to be an exciting brand of football. We're going to have Bijan Robinson. I think you can see a lot. I guess by week 4 or 5, if all goes well, we're going to see about 10,000 Bijan Robinson jerseys and Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah. The core that Mike's talking about, and think about this, not now, 3 years from now. Ritter, Bijan, Drake, Kyle. They should be dominating the league in 3 years. There are no, well, he's got to learn the playbook. Oh, well, he's inexperienced. Oh, well, we're not sure what he can do. And that's why I think the future is promising. Now, again, this is all on with the assumption that everything goes right. Okay,
that's a convenient narrative.
Thank you, Art. Everything has to go right, meaning, guys, no injuries. That's what this means, okay? It means guys play up to their capability. I don't know if everybody's going to play 17 games every season, but the point is, if I was to tell you right now, 3 years from now, we are the franchise that's primed to make multiple runs to the Super Bowl, would you buy it?
I want to buy it. I'm hoping. And certainly when you draft, with all the needs this team has had the last few years, especially even, like the one thing you could do that wasn't salary cap affected was to draft in the first round. We went offense. Tight end is now skill. Obviously, it's skill. So skill. So we're going to see if this pays off. It's the big gamble. If we're not in the playoffs and not making runs, then we're going to have a new general manager here in about 3 years, aren't we?
Yeah,
maybe sooner.
That's the thing. That's why this 3 year mark, it's not six. That's unrealistic. You say one, well, nobody's leaving next year, okay? Win or lose, they're coming off of 2 7-7 wins seasons. But if I told you 3 years from now, by that point, Mike, what our general managers, Terry Fontenot, we will have a record and a history of how he does business and what they do. We are just starting to learn this. But the thing that I know right now, and I'm glad I do, he takes the best player because that's what he's done in the draft the last few seasons. He's not contemplated it. We're taking Pitts, best player. We're taking Bijan, best player. It did not matter whether we needed a tight end or we needed a running back. So I do know that. I don't know about the trades yet, Mike. I don't know about acquiring talent in season and that kind of stuff because we just haven't seen it. But as far as our quarterback, we got to learn about him. But our overall roster continues to get better. The coaching, I think, is better. It will be better. I think they'll draft right. I think that is going to be on point. But there is going to be this front office thing where you go, okay, because all the teams we're talking about, Kansas City, Eagles, 49ers, that's all front office.
Right. And the good teams, like we've just debated the great coaching legacy of Belichick. And for years, those were teams, and especially the Patriots, made hard decisions. Other teams, certainly Thomas Dimitroff was not willing to part with guys that he made moves to draft. Whether it was Julio Jones or Trufant. Now, the great, debate, some would say, it's so funny. Guys are belly aching about running backs. Some would say you should never move up for a wide receiver.
You're right.
When you consider how many wide receivers that are in the top 20 in payroll have actually won Super Bowl rings. So Tyreek Hill's got one, but the Chiefs didn't pay him. He got that from Miami. But it's the great debate. If this guy is what we think he is, all those arguments, all the things that's being said right now about running backs, it goes out the window. And then it'll be a nice problem to have, as you said, 5 years from now. Not worried about that now. First things first, let's see this depth. Because now the defense, you could argue some of these fixes are short-term.
They are.
Because Calais Campbell, Bud Dupree, in all likelihood, they're not going to be here next year. So we're going to see what they do, and hopefully they have an impact on the younger players, and then we'll see those guys develop. That's why, you and I have talked about all the pieces we want to see. All these second-rounders we've drafted have got to pop. Whether they were Dimitroff drafted or they were Fontenot drafted, the second-rounder guys got to make it happen. Well, talking about you, Ebba Katie.
Yeah, it's
talking
true.
about you, Richie Grant.
Yeah, they got to be better. It's funny because that's what, when you talk about the front office and the impact on the front office, we can talk about the quarterback being right. We can talk about the coaching being right, the roster being upgraded. But this front office thing is interesting, Mike, because like for example, the Bengals, right? You draft Joe Burrow, everything changes. But people don't look at what else they've gone and done.
Well, they also picked up
Burrow.
Jamar Chase.
I
mean, that's the other thing.
But that's another team 3 years from now. You think they're still in the mix? You think they're absolutely? I don't think they're going anywhere.
Now and the thing about the Brown family owns the Bengals. They've always kind of done things on the cheap. Remember, for years they would always wait for some big name to fall in the draft before they go grab them. But now their window is now. They've got to augment this and do it the right way. The only thing that kills your buzz. Now, again, let's not get the cart ahead of the horse here, but if the Falcons do kick butt and everybody hits like they're supposed to hit, it's not like the Braves where you can go to Kyle Pitts right now and say, hey, how about $100 million like Ronald Acuna for 10 years? Can't do that. You got to play under the cap. The rules, the cap is a blessing and a curse. It allows the small market teams like New Orleans and Indy to compete, but it also limits you from keeping the band together when you really do draft well, when you do really have those, like Seattle did, right?
Correct.
Just 10 years ago.
Correct. But all it takes is that one or two drafts, and actually I think it was 3 leading up to that run that they went on. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. 3 years from now, would you buy it? If I told you we are in contention for Super Bowls.
Absolutely not.
I'm buying it.
You're not buying that?
I'm buying it because we've got a new core of guys that need to prove themselves, Mike. And as they continue to do that, and by the way, I'm leaving out other teams. Jacksonville, we now know they're a contender.
Right.
I mean, they're not. I don't think they're going anywhere. And if I told you in the next 3 years, Trevor Lawrence is probably playing for a Super Bowl, I think so. I mean, that's where Jacksonville is. But it continues to be about who are they going to continue to bring in around him, and that's going to be the job of Terry Fontenot.
And it just shows you how, I'm telling you guys anything you don't know, but it's so hard. Buffalo's never won a Super Bowl. Right now, that's a team that has got to win the Super Bowl this year.
They got to get in there.
Buffalo's got to go. This is your time. And then when you've got all the pieces accumulated, you've got the core group, you're getting a healthy Von Miller back. He's not getting any younger. They got to go win it now. That's got to be their attitude because the window is starting to close, right?
It is. Mike, what about Miami?
Same argument goes for Miami. Same exact argument. Well, you got all these pieces. Your quarterback, we all know, aside from being one hit away, you got a really good young defense. You got skill positions up the yin-yang.
Yep.
You got the most dynamic play catchers, some of the biggest. So, yeah, they got to go win now, too. But that's the thing. It's a crowded room in the AFC.
It is. Justin Herbert's 25 years old. If I told you in 3 years the Chargers are competing.
They're going to have a new coach.
They probably will.
They got to get a new coach in there.
They probably will. Brandon Staley fired his offensive coordinator, but I'm just saying Herbert is so talented that you believe, okay, and they're still trying to build that defense. That's where we're at, guys. Right. All right, we got more to get to. Yeah, man, no man's on the way. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Did you know you can play the game from any smart-enabled device? Just tell your device to play Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
92.
Dukes and Bell.
We got spirit. How about you?
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Coming up, Connor Riley, Dog Nation's going to join us. We continue our coverage of SEC Media Days and Nick Saban as well. We will also talk to Connor about this AJC report that wasn't retracted, but there were corrections. And ultimately, the gentleman who wrote the article, and his name is Alan Judd, he came on our radio station with Steak a couple of weeks ago, has been let go by the AJC, and they put out the corrections to what they think needed to be corrected. We'll talk to Connor about this because it was a big deal, Mike. It was a big deal.
Some Dog fans still feel the AJC didn't come far enough in their apologies, but I don't want to see a guy lose his job. But I just thought there were so many generalizations and painting with a broad brush when it comes to young athletes' lives and reputations of the football program. That's not cool either.
Yeah, I just think you've got to be fair. And that means putting all the information in there, even if you don't want to.
And by the way, just real quick, the editors also bear some responsibility because they contributed with those sensationalistic headlines.
I don't disagree, Mike. By the way, for those who are not familiar with our business, at least in print or digital, all right, it seems like it's less and less now. But I write a story. My editor's job then to review it and to make sure that the information and what we're putting out there is accurate. And a lot of times editors now just go, yeah, it's good, let's go. And it's on the internet. All right, Chris, let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team.
Not really.
From New Jersey.
The Cavs are here.
And gives rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
All right, Turtle, what's going on, man? People on the street still talking about this chick that stood you up, man.
Yeah, Randy Mack and Andy talking about it.
Yeah, it's the story that won't die, guys. It really has taken shape, and speaking of journalism terms, legs of its own.
Yeah.
You get more heat from her friends who said you were abusive to her verbally?
Yeah, that was fun on Twitter for a couple of days there. But the heat has since died down. I think we've all chosen to take the high road.
And by the way, for guys who missed the story, might have been on vacay, Chris had a date. Chick didn't really stand him up. She was close, but couldn't find a parking space, stressed out.
Well, she stood him up.
And then stood him up.
Well, the idea is when you are less than a block away and you make the excuse that you can't, in my opinion, the excuse that you can't find a parking space, and then Chris is like, hey, I'll come help you. No,
do you feel she did a drive-by, sampled the goods, and then said no?
Oh, wow.
Because that would really tick me off.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm going to be totally honest, I think both parties are in a similar position, so I don't know if there's really room to judge there.
All right, fair enough. All right, listen, I don't want to make this more than what it is.
Too late.
But I just wanted to follow up, okay? I want to make sure you're okay.
Oh, no, I'm good. I'm great, as a matter of fact.
Good.
And you guys touched on something.
What? You're going on a date with her friend? What'd you say?
What?
Yeah, by the way,
DMs are open.
By the way, we can do a dial-a-date. We did do a dial-a-date a couple of years ago. It was an unmitigated disaster.
Oh, yeah, it was.
Our former assistant program director at the time, we did a dial-a-date. We brought 3 women in. We played the dating game. We had the windows all covered up so no one could see each other.
Yep.
And then we took the aforementioned program director and the date, and you and I were the chaperones to STK Steakhouse, and she doesn't eat meat. She's a vegan.
Oh.
Amongst other things. It just didn't go right that day.
Mike's right. She didn't drink either. Because I'm like, I walk over, I'm like, hey, how's it going? Because we filmed all of this. And I
mean, it was an unmitigated disaster.
It really was. And I remember Sean saying, he goes, she doesn't drink. And I go, what? Okay, what is she having? A mocktail? What is she drinking?
She ordered a kale salad and a water.
It was awful.
Yeah, I mean, I got to be honest with I meet someone, I don't drink. You're taking a lot of pages out of my playbook. Anyway, do continue, sir.
All right, so you mentioned Oppenheimer, which we are all, myself included, very excited to see.
Yeah.
But the marketing for this weekend has been genius because they're calling this weekend Barbenheimer because the Barbie movie is also coming out this weekend. Not only are they calling it that, it's being marketed as such, and you can get a double-header screening this weekend of the 2 movies back-to-back in theaters nationwide.
I could think of no other movies that would be so diametrically opposed as far as audience and fan interest.
Exactly.
When you come to the subject matter.
Yeah, the Barbie, I don't know how good the Barbie movie's going to do. Maybe
it's supposed to be fun.
Yeah, maybe it crushes it. I'll tell you this, Chris. We went and saw, I think I told you this, the Mission Impossible movie, which is really good, by the way. In the previews, they do the previews for Oppenheimer, right? And they show you all the good stuff and everything. And then literally at the end, it was like, 5 days from now.
Right.
And like there was literally a countdown from the date that it comes out. And I'm like, it comes out 5 days. So now I'm looking around. Right. I'm like, we got to get tickets. They have put it in your head in such a way with the marketing of this movie. I totally agree with you. It's genius.
Yeah, so maybe this weekend I'll go take a little swing and spend 8 hours in a movie theater seeing the Barbie movie and Oppenheimer back to back.
Who's in the Barbie movie?
Margot Robbie.
Okay.
And Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling.
Okay, he plays Ken.
They're both very pretty.
Well, yeah, I would assume that, yes.
All right, so we heard from Nick Saban today, and we got the typical Nick Saban, kind of gruff, kind of, he put the wall up a little bit this year. Maybe he's feeling the heat.
Let us in, Nick.
Well, funny you say that. Last night, he did some meetings with the local media in Alabama, and he let his hair down a little bit.
Question you, Coach, tonight is there anybody on your team that reminds you of when you played defensive back at Kent State?
Well, first of all, I wasn't good enough to play at Alabama. All right, and if there's anybody on our team that reminds me of me, I hope they don't get to play. we might be in trouble.
There you go. That's fun.
It is. I mean, and, Kirby, when they introduced Kirby, when Sankey introduced Kirby, he was like, he led the SEC in interceptions. And you think, like Kirby even said yesterday, like when he's talking with Randy, he's like, that's pretty good. None of these guys think that they are better than the guys they're coaching today,
Right.
but I appreciate Saban giving us a little bit of that. I do.
I thought that was awesome
Yeah.
because I kind of knew yesterday that when we heard from him today, given where the state of the Alabama program is, that this is exactly what we were going to get. Usually by this time, I don't know if you guys agree, at SEC Media Days, there's usually something that's happened that sort of grabbed the headlines. It's usually either funny or controversial, especially with the way Kirby's interview was handled yesterday.
Right.
Not much.
Yeah.
I mean, I was in Hoover the year that Fulmer got served with papers from that Alabama lawsuit over the recruitment of a certain player, and there was a defamation lawsuit. I mean, that was kind of wild.
It was wild.
Created a buzz. Last year, you had, unfortunately, Sankey took all the steam out of the story between Jimbo Fisher and Nick after Nick's comments about A&M buying that class.
I was hoping they would both address it, and neither one did because Sankey was like, "This is over."
Yeah.
I'll say this: today they asked Nick Saban what his favorite cake was because he was talking about cake and stuff and his family, and he said his favorite cake, for future reference, Jeopardy question, is carrot cake.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't have thought that. You like carrot cake?
A good carrot cake, I'd have that icing. Get the icing
Oh,
right.
it's the
then
best.
it's money.
Yeah, my wife loves it. I'm not a big carrot cake fan, but to Mike's point, when you taste one like that, when it has that icing on there, woo!
There was a joint, Chris, you'd have loved it. It's out of business now down on Juniper that did a carrot cheesecake in a little mason jar.
I'm in on that.
Man. That place was money.
Save that. That's going to be part of our last call tonight.
All
right. Yeah.
Yep,
well, what's your favorite cake? But carrot cake is Nick Saban's favorite cake.
It's one of those things where if you're in the specific mood for it, there's nothing better. But it's probably not in the top 5 cakes you'd order if you're just out and about with your family.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And not everybody has it. Like, it's not, you go places, it's like, what's on the dessert menu? Carrot cake is not always there. But, yeah.
All right, last one. We have radio host on radio host crime. And it is of the most obscure order. If either of you are fans of the Dan Lebitard Show podcast with Stugatz, you know that Stugatz is he's the Joker, he's the foil, he's the comedian of the two of them.
He's the one who butchers news stories and names.
Exactly. That's what he's essentially known for, and being lazy. So, but yesterday, he decided to call out his co-host who was railing against the downfall of journalism because he felt that Adrian Wojnarowski is in the pocket of the Portland Trailblazers and leaking information against the Miami side as that deal between the Heat and the Trailblazers attempts to be done. Here's Stu Gatz calling out his longtime partner.
I've been thinking about this during the break, and we've discussed this for a while now on the show. But journalism, as we know it, as you know it, what you wanted to do when you were a little kid, okay? It has changed. It has. It's changed, okay? You're not wrong. Stephen A. Smith is not wrong. You have to adapt sometimes, okay? Because the game has changed. Your priorities have shifted. No one cares how someone goes and gets the news that they get as long as the news is accurate, as long as it's coming from a credible place.
Okay, so that was his response to Dan?
To Dan. So Dan basically, he was a journalist for the Miami Herald for a long time before he started in radio. And he was railing against the fact that Woj is seemingly in the pocket of the Portland Trailblazers. And Stugotz is saying, hey, I don't care how you serve it to me. Just give me the most recent news. Journalism died a long time ago, brother.
It is. We're in a very strange place, and look, sports news was always on the fringes compared to like regular news. But yeah, nobody knows. Nobody can agree on anything. Where it's actually, I got to be honest. The one thing about sports is the score does tell the story. You can't debate that.
No,
but everything else is up for grabs.
Yeah, do I care how I get it? If it's accurate, no. The problem is we've gotten back to this. Is it accurate? That is the fundamental issue with where we are. And that is not a knock with what Stu is saying. I do agree with him. Like, listen, if Woj has contacts within the Portland Trailblazers, if he's got family members, I don't give a damn. I don't care. If he's got family members and he's getting these stories, Chris, how we get it, as long as it's accurate and it's true, I'm fine with that. But don't give me nonsense, and then we find out that that's how you got it. Now I can't trust you. And that the thing right now that we're fighting is, let's be honest, Mike, credibility.
Right. And and the thing now is everybody wants to scoop somebody. So in the old days, you'd have two sources. That's part of the reason why you don't really us breaking a lot of news, because you got to be able to get two. At least that was the standard in the old days, right? Two independent sources to corroborate a story you're going to roll with. But nowadays, hell, TMZ breaks more stories than anybody.
They do. But a lot of that is actual footage and video. They're not telling me we saw this person. Yeah. You're showing me, and then you're giving me the story.
All the insiders, Shams Charania, he's got his guys. Woj, Jay Glazer. A lot of guys in the media are jealous of Glazer because he usually has a good relationship with the players because he trains with a lot of these guys. Yeah, gets a lot of inside stuff. At least he used to in the old days.
Yeah, I think the only point that we try to avoid here is don't push the agenda of your source. Report it. Right. Don't push an agenda, and I think that's what Dan was getting a little frustrated.
Well, the funniest stuff is always pre-draft. That's when all the nonsense comes out, and that's, to your point, that's when a team gets in somebody's ear that they're tight with and pushes some crazy story, either moving a guy up or dropping a guy down because of some perceived slight or some disadvantage or some injury or some whatever.
Yeah, like we'd love to get out there that the Trailblazers want Tyler Hero and 4 first-round picks. Make it happen, Woj, and that's exactly what they don't want. All right, we got to run. Connor Riley up next. Turtle, Chris's music.
Now look at you, a little Journalism 101. Maybe you could teach at one of these local radio schools, too. Have you thought about supplementing your income with that?
Professor Turtle.
I'd pay for that. Go for it.
All right, coming up, we're going to talk with our buddy from Dog Nation, Connor Riley. We will see what he has to say about what's been going on at SEC Media Days next. Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We've been following what's going on with the SEC media days all week. Nashville, tomorrow's the last day. We need to mention this, and then we're going to get Connor Riley's opinion on it. But Alan Judd, who wrote for the AJC, he wrote a piece a few weeks ago that got a lot of attention, and it stirred up a lot of folks because a lot of the information we didn't know whether it was going to be accurate or not. Ultimately, the Dogs asked for a retraction of the story. This was last week. And today, Alan Judd was let go by the AJC. AJC issues corrections in the UGA football program story.
Yeah, and one of the things that we talked about with Connor at the time, and it was something that really kind of struck me from the first time I read the article, was the broad generalization about 11 athletes involved in some form of sexual assault or misconduct that were allowed to continue playing with the football team without ever explaining who went to court, who never got a chance, who had the case dropped by the police. Was it ever adjudicated? That was never put in the article. And the editors signed off on that and then threw a sensationalistic headline on top of it. So it was a hacked piece from the jump. It was nothing like the piece about the driving and the reckless and the speeding and all that. This one was really weak. I thought it was poorly written, had an agenda, and now, unfortunately, the writer's paying for it.
Yeah, when you talk about domestic violence, sexual assault, these are serious issues. And as Kirby said, we vehemently deny all of these things as they ask for this retraction. Let's talk some Dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the Dogs.
So, Connor Riley, we want to get your thoughts on this first before we talk about what's going on at the SEC. And you write all the time. You take pride in being right when you're writing stuff for Dog Nation. You've been great for us in this radio show, and we know how important it is for you to be accurate. And now all of this is played out. I'm just curious to know what you think about it.
Yeah, so I want to state from the jump here, I can't comment on the AJC investigative process. That is something that is above my purview. But as far as just journalism in general, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Carl. You have to be right. And when it's a subject as serious as this, you can't afford to play fast and loose with the facts. And if the AJC made in their statement today, they could not substantiate the 11 claims that were made in that piece. And even in the 3 that had been mentioned, again, Georgia very vehemently came out against that with the letter that came out last week. And so, and I'll say this too, the AJC is going to continue to look into some of the things that have happened with the Georgia offseason this year, as I believe that they should, because, again, Kirby Smart got asked about it at SEC Media Days yesterday, only once, when he held a closed sort of circuit, press meeting last week in Athens with select reporters. He was asked about the traffic violations. Players yesterday were asked about how do you get better and how do you feel about some of the traffic-related things that have happened this offseason. It unfortunately has sort of been glossed over to an extent, but Devin Willock lost his life. Chandler LaCroix lost their lives. And there are a lot of circumstances surrounding that, yes. But this Georgia program suffered a traumatic event on January 15th. And some of the actions that this program has taken since then, independent of the sexual assault story that was written a few weeks ago, as far as the traffic stuff, there's legitimate concerns, in my opinion, about that and the way that the players have acted since then. And while, yes, Kirby Smart has to do a better job of policing this. And I understand a lot of people are frustrated because he publicly does not believe in stating suspensions because he believes that it embarrasses the player twice for a crime that they had already committed. The Georgia players themselves have to take it on them and say, we have to be cleaner about this. We have to be sharper about this. We can't keep having these types of things happen. Because as Cedric Van Pran at Media Day said yesterday, it feels like you're letting the whole university down because these guys are representing the university. And I know people have said they're 18 to 22-year-olds. That's when you get traffic citations. That's when you speed and things like that. And there's an air of invincibility there. I would say, yes, that's true. But these guys are not average 18 to 22-year-olds. A lot of people know who Cedric Van Pran is. Brock Bowers is getting a lot of money through NIL deals. Being a Georgia football player affords you a certain status, and I believe that they have to be held to a higher standard because they occupy that status.
Yeah, and Connor, I was just going to ask you about the leadership, and it seems like at least that was the message that Kirby was putting out there, and you heard it from the players' mouths themselves, that some of the upperclassmen are trying to take a leadership role, and will that help to get the message across to some of these players? Yeah,
I think it should, and Kirby, a week ago, he mentioned now in a team meeting when they had sort of all gotten back together after the July 4th sort of holiday there, he mentioned that a player who he did not name stood up in the team meeting and demanded better because he was a very close friend with Devin Willock. And while I have some idea of who I think that might be, again, there are some really powerful voices on that team. Cedric Van Pran, who we heard from yesterday, he was a team captain a season ago. He's one of the most impressive, not just players, but people on this team. Zion Logue is a guy who's very well respected. There are guys on this team that do things the right way, and unfortunately, because of some of the things that have happened this offseason, we're talking about them in a different light. Unfortunately, some of these incidents, not all these guys are bad guys. And unfortunately, sometimes there are those stereotypes out there that, athletes sort of get away with things and they're treated differently within the law. And they shouldn't be. And I think, these players now, they know going forward, and they're going to be asked about it continuously. Cedric Van Pran was very close with Devin Willock, came in the same recruiting class. Talking about that can be very difficult given the grief that comes with it. And every time there's a traffic arrest, guess what? We're going to have to go ask Cedric Van Pran about it because he's one of the leaders on the team. And that puts him in an uncomfortable position. And it's surely for him a frustrating position to be in as well, because for so many other schools this week, they're talking about football. They're talking about the upcoming season, dodging questions about who's going to be the quarterback. These Georgia players and Kirby Smart are having to answer very serious questions about very serious things, and that's traditionally not what SEC Media Days have been about.
It's interesting. Connor Riley, as we talk about the Dogs, away from the off-the-field stuff, I felt like Kirby yesterday, from just a football standpoint, things are great. I mean, they have a real chance to three-peat. We've discussed it, talked about it, and I know we're closer to getting back to camp and figuring out what's going to look like, what this is going to look like at quarterback. But, football-wise, the Dogs are in a really good spot, right? And I think, everybody's trying to catch them. Everybody in the SEC, all these other coaches are talking about it. They asked Brian Kelly about it, and I don't know if you saw it, Connor, but he was like, yeah, we're going to be in position in a few years to do it. But coming off that butt-whooping, he wasn't even ready to say that they're ready to challenge the Dogs.
Yeah, no, I was in the room when Brian Kelly answered that, and you look at LSU, a team some people are going to pick to win the SEC West this year, even over an Alabama team. You look at the problems that they ran into last year at the end of the year. Yeah, they beat Alabama head-to-head, but they lost to a Texas A&M team at the end of the season, and then yes, that final score was 50-30. I think Georgia could have won that game by 40 points if they really wanted to, and I think they let up there a little bit in the second half. That was an LSU team that won 10 games a season ago. You got Alabama players today, J.C. Latham, saying we're going to win it all. That's a goal that this team has, and that is somewhat seen as a semi-controversial take. Now, Alabama's as talented as any team in the country, and quarterback aside, they have a lot of very talented players that are going to be playing in the NFL. But that Georgia, for the first time in Kirby Smart's tenure, is going to be seen as a runaway SEC favorite. Again, this is a Georgia program that, despite having won 2 national titles, 2 SEC titles under Kirby Smart, multiple college football playoff appearances, this team has never under Kirby Smart been picked to win the SEC at the beginning of the season. I expect that to change on Friday when the preseason media poll comes out. And for the second time since the SEC expanded the divisions back in 1992, Georgia will be picked to win the SEC at SEC Media Days. I think that speaks to where Kirby Smart has elevated this program. And while, yes, there were questions about Alabama, LSU, and Tennessee, Georgia has some things to fix as well. But because of what they've been able to do on the football field, both in terms of recruiting, as Brian Kelly has sort of touched on, and then development, where Alabama has, I think, taken a small step back there, you see Georgia operating at such a high level on both of those. That's why going into this season, as hard as it is to believe, given there hasn't been a college football team to three-peat since Minnesota in the 1930s, Georgia's going to be the odds-on favorite to win another national title this year.
Fricky says their wishbone play was unbelievable, Carl. It is our man Connor Riley. It's K Connor Riley on Twitter, and you can join us here on the WadeFord.com hotline from Dog Nation. Yeah, I mean, I guess Carson Beck will be able to handle the gig. Kirby said because he obviously got a lot of minutes, and now they're going to split up some of the reps. What are the odds if Beck doesn't get the job done? Is Vandegrift, who's the next guy up here, Gunnar Stockton? How's it going to work as far as camp this summer?
Yeah, I would expect Brock Vandegrift to be the next guy up if Carson Beck, either gets injured, which, SEC quarterbacks get hurt a lot. It's a very physical league. And Vandegrift is a guy who's been in the system. I think he's a guy that the coaches trust. I've also heard really good things on Gunnar Stockton and the progress that he has made. I just think the reason I would say Vandegrift right now is he's gotten more first-team reps this spring and is probably going to get them in the fall. But while, yes, there's reason to be excited about Carson Beck, I think especially when you look back to what he did in the Vanderbilt game a season ago, and then in the spring game there, you see a real command of the offense, his ability to put the ball all around the field. Along with Georgia, I think having maybe the best set of pass catchers when you factor in Brock Bowers, Ladd McConkey, Dominic Lovett, you factor that in, that Kirby Smart has had. I think there's so much talent around that quarterback. While there's reason to be optimistic in Carson Beck, and it wouldn't potentially surprise me if at the end of the year we're talking about him in New York as potentially a Heisman Trophy finalist. I really think whoever is going to be that quarterback, at least through the regular season, is going to be good enough for Georgia to where they're in a position to win the SEC once again. Now, when they go play in Alabama in the SEC championship game, potentially an Ohio State, a Michigan in the college football playoff, maybe a Texas, they're going to need their quarterback to step up and make plays and win games. But Georgia's so strong on both lines of scrimmage. I think they have the best offensive line in the country. They have a very deep defensive line that, the quarterback, and this is to Kirby Smart's credit in the way he has built out this program. You look at Alabama right now, them moving on from Bryce Young, they have a real problem because Bryce Young did so many things for them, and they were so reliant on Bryce Young a season ago. In college football, you just have so much turnover. It becomes dangerous, I think, to be reliant on a single quarterback. Kirby Smart has built this program to where it's not reliant on a quarterback. And while Stetson Bennett won them a lot of games and won them a national title last year because of his play, you can look back at that 2021 team where they didn't need great quarterback to play. They just needed adequate. Stetson Bennett was able to give that to them then. And I think there's a good chance we see something similar play out with this 2023 team.
Yeah. Overall, what do you think about this week? We were talking about usually there's a story that hits and, we're all kind of talking about it. That hasn't happened. I don't know if it's going to happen on the last day, maybe with Tennessee, but what do you think?
Yeah, this is the first year they've done it in Nashville. They did it in Atlanta last year. They did it. They're going to do it in Dallas next year. This event feels a lot more corporate now than it certainly used to. It's not the circus that it was in Hoover, for better and for worse. And I think to your point, Carl, there's not a big trend coming out of this. There's not some overarching story, some big news coming out of it. And that's sort of the way that this has gone. And next year, like even frankly this week, there have been a lot of questions about Texas and Oklahoma, two teams that aren't playing in the SEC this year. And so, yes, I understand that those reporters have their own stories to work on. But at SEC Media Days this year, so much of the topic and the discussion, it hasn't necessarily been about the teams and the football we're going to see on the field this year. I mean, Brian Kelly got asked a question about artificial intelligence on Monday, and right. So I think it just sort of speaks to what this has become and what this has morphed into. You're no longer getting the tidbits and the things that you sort of used to get into it. It's a little bit more corporate, a little bit more white collar, prim and proper and things like that. And I think you've sort of seen that play out this week.
Yeah, I guess the only storyline we could come up with was just how, Jimbo kind of threw some gas on the fire when he couldn't give you a straight answer about who was going to be the OC for A&M. That's about it, because other than Kirby looking like Elvis, walking in like he owned the room.
Yeah, no, and I'll say this about Kirby. Hey, look, he never loves talking to the assembled media in Athens. But you saw it certainly last year, and then I think again this year, just further hammered it home. He is so comfortable up there speaking and eloquating about his program and what he has gotten this team to do. And I think he understands that for him, he's not going to answer questions about the football program and who's playing quarterback and things like that. But he's going to use this platform to send a message. Complacency is a big thing that he's worried about here. He's avoiding questions about the three-peat and what that might entail. He's worried about every single day getting better. The big phrase he unveiled this week, better never rest, something from the All Blacks rugby team from New Zealand. And so, I think Kirby Smart, again, for better or worse, that's sort of what SEC Media Days has turned into. It's not the unfortunate, Jimbo Fisher using it to sort of, maybe shed some light on his program unwillingly. But I think it's Kirby Smart using his voice and recognizing the platform that he has to send not just a message to the SEC, but more importantly to his team.
Always good to talk with you, Connor. Great stuff. We appreciate you, man, and great work this week as always. Good job, man.
Yep, as always, it's a pleasure talking to you guys.
Cool.
Connor Riley, guys. We're going to move Guy Talk up.
Oh, I better get some stories.
We've got a very interesting guest. John Talty is going to join us from Alabama. He covers Alabama football. He will join us at 4:40, so we're going to push Guy Talk up. Mike, what do we got?
Yeah, man, a couple of stories for you. Jordan Poole's dad claps back at Draymond Green.
Uh-oh.
After Draymond wishes his son well and his new team.
Daddy's mad.
and then Draymond clapped back at him. Also, coming up, John Rahm with some warnings to anybody who thinks about stepping inside the ropes at Royal Liverpool. You don't want a piece of him. It's coming up next.
time for fun. It's time for guy talk.
Never mind.
It's time for shenanigans.
Yeah, man, let's get into it. It is Dukes and Bell on a hump day. We got lots to get into. Friday, by the way, Twin Peaks in Buckhead. Join the party, pal. We'll be sitting there having some fun. Meet Turtle, bond with Turtle. And if you got a hot sister, bring her to meet Turtle.
Hopefully she can find a parking space.
By the way, Turtle is warming up to the idea of Turtle Dial-A-Date.
Yeah?
I think we do it.
I have no issues
Now,
with
here's the
it.
thing, though. Last time we did this, we were CBS Radio.
Correct.
I can't even imagine the legal hurdles that'll be in place now that we're Odyssey.
Well, that's a good question because we had to go through some hoops to make it happen. But listen, we did it. We pulled it off. And we will investigate and inquire and see if we can do it. And if we can, absolutely, let's do it.
I'm thinking, win a dream date with Turtle.
Yeah.
You know, maybe we rope it in. Like, you know what? I think we screwed it up last time. It was too datey a date. By going to a
what do you mean?
steakhouse, we took Sean the underboss on a date.
Yeah. How would you fix it?
I would do like a little pre-game nosh somewhere down by Mercedes-Benz and then tickets for a game.
Yeah.
So it's a game, and that way it's it's more sport related as opposed to so much pressure putting him in that specific dating environment.
Yeah, but you're not
small talk at the restaurant.
See, but you're not talking at a sporting event. That's the thing. You may have a love, like let's just say she has a love for Atlanta United, and they go. They're not talking during the game, Mike. Dating is about talking and interacting. Here's the other part. All of that is nice, but it had to do with the sponsors.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
It had to do with.
I'm just trying to,
Well, I know you're always like, oh, it could have been better.
So I'm thinking for Turtle, if the chick is a psycho crazy person,
well, that's the fun of it.
Then he can just enjoy the game. He doesn't have to speak with.
That's the fun. You know? I want to see. Well, not really, Turtle, but I mean, if it happens that way, I want to see it.
And we'll be chaperoning again.
Absolutely. We'll be right there, right around the corner.
And Whispers, we'll have a camera crew. We'll shoot it in HD. It'll all be on the interweb.
Well, after my last experience, what you just described, I have plenty of experience with. So bring it on.
Yeah.
Hey, I wasn't going to mention this, but since we just came up in the conversation, speaking of like sponsor related stuff, years ago at the previous radio station I used to work at with Steak, they had like a sort of a dating service advertised with us, and they had like the speed dating phenomenon. And then they also had one where you had 4 strangers, 4 guys, 4 girls have dinner together. You ever seen that kind of deal?
No. I know about the speed dating, but I don't know about
they
that.
They did speed dating too, but it was basically 4 people at a table. And so I was one of the, so we rolled tape on it. I'd go in there. And so I think it was described as business casual.
Okay.
Was the attire. And I want to say we did this at either Morton's or the Palm up in Buckhead at the time. And so I think I wore a sport coat with like a T-shirt. And one of the ladies goes, I thought they said this was business casual. I go, that's why you're here and you don't have a date.
Yeah, exactly.
So that was off, Chris, that was off to, again, and then needless to say, there was bad juju and, not going to get the number from her. But that's a whole phenomenon.
Listen, the fun in this, if we were to do it, all right, is that you're watching a train wreck, let's be honest. The fun is Turtle picks the one he thinks is perfect, and she's absolutely nuts. And that's the fun.
We'll have the 3 contestants come in. We'll put the paper up on the window. Turtles get to see them.
Yeah, we did it.
It's gonna be a blast. I'm thinking this will cook. Just stay tuned. All right, guys. We talked about Hard Knocks. It's not going to be the same because the Jets have said you don't get to watch Robert Saleh cut anybody this year. Jets feel it's demeaning to the players. Well, some of the Jets players are more than ready for Hard Knocks. Defensive end Michael Clemens shows up today, Carl, in the Jets parking lot. No shirt on, gold chain, sunglasses, sweatpants, brandishing a baseball bat.
Yeah, I think that it was reminiscent of Walking Dead.
Yes.
The bat.
Or Walking Tall. Buford Busser.
So, yeah, I mean, listen, some guys are going to play out for the camera. Other guys will not or won't play along. Either way, I just don't think it's that big of a deal. I think there's a lot of crying going on for absolutely no reason.
Right. Hey, Crosstown with the G-Men. Pretty funny story. FS1's Speak. Saquon Barkley, his subject came up about his contract, where it's going, where it's not going. They talked to Shady McCoy about this. Asked by NFL's former player Emmanuel Ocho about would you prefer to invest in a 6-figure Bentley or a home around the same cost that will appreciate over time. Speaking metaphorically about the Giants, with the Giants' $160 million quarterback representing the house, you know what Shady said?
What?
He goes, man, he's not even a condo. He's like a garage.
That's a good comment.
McCoy spent time with the Bills and Chiefs, did retire, did get a ring. Yeah, it's pretty funny with the reaction when he says, yeah, man, he's like a garage. And I'm with you. You and I were debating it earlier about the conundrum of running backs and how they've been devalued. But one team needs their running back, and that's Saquon Barkley. Without him, Daniel Jones will go back to about what? 14 touchdowns and 19 picks.
Yeah, I hate it for Saquon because you are in a prove-it year last year, and you proved it, and your team goes to the playoffs, and you're a big reason why, and now it's almost like, well, yeah, that was nice. Do it again.
Right.
Come on.
Hey, man, Jordan Poole, the punch that made a lot of news preseason NBA. Obviously, he got a contract. Some people felt he needed an attitude adjustment in Golden State, and the man that was there to provide it was Draymond Green. He obviously slapped him, and people certainly in the organization may have felt similarly with Draymond because the video got out somehow, right?
Right. It did.
Which always kind of lent credence to maybe the team was kind of over Jordan Poole. Hey, money changes some people, Carl, and he was a liability down the stretch last year for Golden State. He's not there anymore. So anyway, in an interview, Draymond Green on the Pat Beverly podcast talks about, hey, man, I just don't hit people. He said, man, usually not triggered by something that fast. It builds up over time. And Draymond says, look, I was out of pocket. I wish him well. I was showing him the ropes in his league. Think he's got a bright future. I don't have any hard feelings towards him, anything.
Okay.
So there you go. Draymond taking the high road.
So he's basically saying he was a blank show the entire year, and it all culminated with him in the punch.
And that's where it went. Now, Anthony Poole hits back. He goes, I stand on this. That's some BS. JP was his guy, and he avoided me all last year. He's as soft as a bee, and I'm standing on this. He didn't apologize to me and my wife, so he lame. And me and him can't meet anytime he wants.
Who is this?
This is Jordan Poole's father, Anthony.
Wow.
To which Draymond Green responds, that's so cute. It's impossible to avoid you in an arena for a year, champ. I got my family from that family room every game. And stop using those words. They usually don't go over well amongst men. What do you think?
Funny.
Yeah.
Listen, if you
Anthony Poole standing up for his kid, basically saying Draymond nonsense.
Yeah,
there was a thing, and Draymond says, no, there wasn't.
There was. Draymond's trying to kick this under the rug because he doesn't have to deal with it anymore because Poole's not going to be there. But this is a dad standing up for his son. Listen, you see your son get punched in the face, everybody talking about it. It becomes a thing. But I had no hard feelings for his dad to come out like that. But I do think Draymond's response is on point. He is right about that. Like all these NBA families and guys, they see each other. It's like LP. You guys know LP's an assistant for Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think the Hawks see him?
Right.
Like you run into people.
Correct.
And it just so happens that whether you like him or you don't, Trey says he's got nothing but love for LP. I think you see guys, and we don't get a chance to see those encounters, Mike.
Right.
We don't know how that goes down.
It's an early edition of Guy Talk, brought to you by Dukes and Bell. Hey, man, Ale. John Rahm says if anybody steps inside the ropes at Royal Liverpool, you better watch out.
Uh-oh.
Because he runs hot. He's a race car in the red. The concern stemming from some environmentalist group of weenies who've been protesting around England. They want to stop the production of fossil fuels. Well, good luck with that. They've apparently...
So they're gonna be at the Open?
They apparently invaded a cricket match, the Ashes, which is a big thing in England, between England and Australia last month. Rahm says, hey, man, I do have a reputation, so I hope they don't catch me on a bad hole. I've seen a couple of those things. I know they're going for impact. I saw a couple of them intervening in Wimbledon. Obviously, it looks like it could be a perfect spot. We have nothing to do with the issues of protesting. He goes, but you don't want to disrupt play. So if it happens where I'm at, I'm obviously going to try to clean up as quickly as possible so we can resume play. He's my favorite guy on tour. I love that big galoot.
Can you imagine John Rahm taking things into his own hands?
Watch some little English weenie protesting. Oh, yes, we've got to stop the production of fossil fuels in our lifetime. Pow! Watch the big Spaniard drop him like first period French. That's Guy Talk, man.
Coming up, we're going to talk about Nick Saban in Alabama. He took the podium today. John Talty's going to join us from 24/7 Sports next. Hey, this hour is brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. Check him out.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, let's go! On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Today, Nick Saban took the podium. He answered a bunch of questions. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. And we're going to let you hear a few of the things that Saban had to say, Mike. I've been saying this, and again, I'm not telling you that Alabama won't be competitive or good. That's silly to think that with Nick still being there and everything. He's changed coordinators. Kevin Steele's there as a DC. They've got a new offensive coordinator in Reese, Tommy Reese. But, Mike, you know, I don't believe that this year, unlike years past, and think about this, go back to even when, Jalen Hurts and Tua were there, and then Mac Jones came along, and then you had Bryce Young. But the point is, like, every year, Mike, you knew who was next at quarterback. And that's kind of the thing that I think this year they don't necessarily have resolved. John Talty is with 24/7 Sports. He covers the Alabama Crimson Tide. He joins us here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. And, John, Nick Saban was asked about the quarterback battle. I want to know what you think. Who's going to be the starter when the season rolls around?
I mean, it's the billion-dollar question in the state of Alabama right now. And I think to your point that you were making earlier, I mean, it's been a while since we've had a truly wide-open Alabama quarterback battle. You probably would have to go back to 2015, 2016 since we've really had an open one. And, you know, what Nick Saban said today was that, you know, essentially no guy has really been able to distance himself from the rest of the competition. So there's three main contenders. You've got Jalen Milroe, who started in place of an injured Bryce Young last year. You've got Ty Simpson, who has the most pedigree as a five-star former recruit. And then you've got Tyler Buckner, the Notre Dame transfer, who started and then got injured and then came to Alabama. You know, if I were putting money on it today, I kind of lean towards Tyler Buckner based on the connection he has to new offensive coordinator Tommy Reese, the fact that they very clearly went out shopping for another quarterback because they didn't love what they had coming back in their room. But I think what we learned today was that you can't say that definitively for sure, and that there will be some real battles in fall to see who emerges as the guy for Game 1 against Middle Tennessee State.
And, John, what do you make of the hires? We talked about it earlier when it went down, that some Alabama fans on this side of the state line were kind of lukewarm about it. Nick's done an amazing job of resurrecting careers, getting guys back in the NFL or other head coaching jobs. How are these guys going to do it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that you made two big hires, and I think to start, fans weren't necessarily thrilled with the coordinators they had last year. Bill O'Brien was not the most popular guy, and then Pete Golding was a little bit up and down during his time at Alabama. So you have Kevin Steele coming in as defensive coordinator. He's a guy who's been in that system multiple times, and I think one of the biggest reasons why Nick hired Kevin is that Kevin knows exactly what he wants. He knows the language. He knows the culture. There's an ease there. There's an ability to trust that Kevin is going to deliver exactly what he's looking for. That I don't know if Pete Golding was always able to deliver for Nick. Tommy Reese is the bigger question mark to me. Nick Saban was very effusive in his praise. Said that he was one of the brightest young coaches he's ever interacted with. 31-year-old guy. Felt like a bit up and down at Notre Dame. I talked to some people around there who felt like, being a young coach, there were times where, he was a little bit too harsh, a little too hard of a coach. We'll see how that kind of maybe evens out a bit at Alabama under Nick Saban. But, I mean, it's the two critical hires for Nick in which they come back in a year where expectations are down a little bit, and it feels like it's a really important year for Alabama to reestablish the standard that they've set over the last 15 or so years.
Well, John, the one thing that Alabama could hang their hat on is defense. John Talty joining us, 24/7 Sports, talking about Alabama. Nick Saban at SEC Media Days today. And I want to know from you how good this defense could potentially be. I know they didn't get the turnovers they wanted last year. Nick talked about that today. But can they remain to hang their hat on what has been a staple there, and that's having the defensive front seven specifically, and certainly the guys in the back half that have made a mark?
Yeah, I mean, I think start with you lose some of the star power, right, that you had last year. Will Anderson, one of the best players in the country, obviously drafted very highly in the NFL draft. He's gone. They don't have maybe that real big star, though I think Dallas Turner is one of the best defenders in the SEC. I think he's going to have a great year. But I do think from top to bottom, I think there's a bit more depth than maybe they had last year. And I'll go back to the Kevin Steele factor. When I talked to some former players at Alabama, they said one of the things that they thought might have been an issue at times at Alabama, we saw it against that Tennessee game, is that, Pete Golding is trying to translate what Nick Saban wants to the team, and it felt like at times like the translation got a little bit off. It wasn't always clear to the players, and you saw some bust assignments and some things that weren't able to work out. I think Kevin Steele will be better in that. I think again he's been around Nick Saban so long that he knows exactly what he wants, and I think he'll be able to simplify some of the more high concepts that Nick wants to the players that will see less of kind of what we saw against Jalen Hyatt in Tennessee. So I think the defense is going to improve this year. And we'll see, from a talent standpoint, what they're able to do.
It's a John Talty with us, guys, on the WadeFord.com hotline from 24/7 Sports. Senior writer. It's the Tides Day in the spotlight up there in Music City. John, a lot was made that, like, Georgia, when Pollock told Saban that, look, Georgia's on top now and you're the old news. And it seems like a lot of players, at least today in their interviews, saying that, they feel the standard hasn't slipped and they're up there with Georgia. How much of this, I know Saban talks about rat poison and things he can use to his advantage. Is the disrespect card going to be played this year?
Oh, I think absolutely. I think today we saw a good window into that. I think J.T. Latham, their star tackle, was maybe the strongest in his language about it, just saying over and over again how they felt disrespected, the fact that they're not going to be picked to win the SEC, the fact that people think that expectations will be lower this year, that really bothers them. And J.T. said very clearly, we are going to win it all this year, and we're going to go undefeated. Now, we'll see what ends up happening. Words are just words here in July. But it was a stronger message than I think we've seen in the past from Alabama players at an event like this. And I think it's clear that they very much have noticed the talk around Georgia being the new kings of college football, and I think that they are upset that it's not them. And I think there's going to be a real emphasis on returning Alabama to the standard that they had set previously. So I think it's very rare that Alabama can play the underdog type card, but I think they're going to try this year that, hey, everybody thinks Georgia and LSU are the top two teams in the SEC. Let's go out and prove them differently.
How good's the O-line? Georgia's O-line's really good this year. They got a bunch of guys coming back. They may have the best center in the draft in the spring. How good is the O-line for Alabama?
It's good. I think that the talent is there. I think that the question is youth. I think there's some question marks as to, what guy is going to emerge at certain positions. Center, there's a couple different options there. They brought in a guy, Caden Proctor, a 5-star, who I think is going to be a stud at Alabama. But, whether he's able to win the job or if he's, maybe more of a midseason takeover, that's one of the questions. But from a pure talent standpoint, all these guys are very highly regarded, well recruited. And I think that there's real potential for that offensive line to be better than last year, because at times last year was a bit up and down, and really the last couple of years that Alabama offensive line has probably been better based on reputation than an actual gameplay. So I think that there's certainly a lot of potential for improvement, and if those guys can kind of coalesce by the end of the season, I think the potential, the ceiling is certainly higher, I think, than what we saw last year.
Obviously, Saban still knows how to recruit. Julian Sand, you got basically a 5-star quarterback. You got Dylan Raiola coming here to Georgia. So it's not like Saban's lost his fastball, but it came up a few weeks back. When if ever, will Saban step away?
I think that's one of the big questions, that people always ask. I think it's a fear, in Alabama when it actually happens. What he has said over and over again is, when he feels like he can't deliver to a certain level, that would be the time when he has to walk away. And like you said, he's still recruiting at a very high level. People view last year as a bit of a disappointment, but they did go 11-2 and finish number 5 in the country. So it wasn't like a massive drop off. But we're certainly entering into that kind of final window of his career. Whether that's 2 years, 4 years. I think some of that is probably determined on what they're able to accomplish this year and next. But certainly, he's 72 years old. He's not going to be able to coach until he's 100. So we're entering into that kind of final territory. But he's going to want to end a certain kind of way, and I don't think he's going to be satisfied, leaving the program in a way that it wasn't kind of what he had built it as.
Great stuff. John, we appreciate the time today, man. Appreciate you stopping by. We'll be seeing what happens when the season rolls around with Alabama. Thanks again, John Talty.
Thanks so much. Appreciate you guys.
24/7 Sports. I'm going to tell you guys, I asked about the offensive line because Georgia, obviously, Cedric Van Pran, we talked about him yesterday. He's probably going to be a top pick or top offensive lineman in the spring. 12 pressures, 0 sacks, Mike. 972 snaps for Cedric Van Pran.
Yeah, that's the one thing which is emerging is, and with all due respect to John, I mean, like, it is a good offensive line for Alabama, but Georgia's is just better.
Yep.
And Georgia's potentially, if they stay healthy, got the best offensive line in the country. That's something you heard from analysts, coaches in the SEC, teams that have to play Georgia. So you do sort of feel the way we talked earlier. I know it's Falcons, it's apples to oranges, but you're trying to smooth the path for Desmond Ridder. You are going to make things as easy as possible, plus the schedule for Carson Beck.
You are. The same applies in college. And I'll say this, Texas goes to Tuscaloosa early in the season. They return all 5 starters on the O-line. All 5. And one kid named Kevin Banks, he will be a top pick as well in the NFL draft. I'm just saying, the road for Alabama, I think, is tougher than it is for Georgia.
So Alabama's going to play the disrespect card. They're hearing all the juice about LSU, hearing all this juice about Georgia. To his credit, Brian Kelly said, we're not there yet about LSU when he was asked about it on Monday.
Yeah. All right, guys, coming up, we're going to get to the Falcon Report. Talk more about the Braves. Mike has one thing and one thing only on his mind. He will share that with you coming up in the 5 o'clock hour.
It's the other P word.
It's 5 o'clock.
It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
On Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. It is another day of SEC Media Days, and we just got off the line with John Talty talking about Alabama. This whole disrespect thing is kind of interesting.
Total lack of respect for the Tide.
Well, here's the deal. You guys have been really good. Georgia's been better here the last couple of years, but whatever works, Mike, if you feel like that's what's going to work for Alabama to get back in the mix and be in the college football playoff, but I don't think 2 SEC teams get in as long as we still have 4 teams in.
Yeah, unless 2 teams, are undefeated. Again, there's a couple of scenarios that could play out, but you need a lot of other teams, other conferences that have multiple losses. So we'll see where that one goes. Saban was rather subdued by Saban standards. And,
he was.
It just, as we said, there was a ton of media, probably second most of your counting heads compared to what Kirby had yesterday. But as we said, Kirby's thrown in like Elvis meets the Pope. Got more juice than Mother Goose right now because, as we said yesterday, he's taken the Saban model, made it his own, and now eclipsed him for the time.
Coming up in about 35 minutes, we'll talk with Grant McCauley. Braves back in action. Last night was an ugly loss. It was ugly. You lose 16-13. I mean, run scored, pitching failed us. There were a lot of things that went wrong. We'll talk with Grant. Tonight it's Charlie Morton. But, Mike, ultimately, pitching failed us. When you only get your starter to go 2 2/3, it's going to be a long night.
Yeah, and I don't know if some guys around the league are getting a book on Elder. Like, he was an all-star, but I was down there in St. Pete when he got shelled in that game. Ball was very hittable in the zone. He doesn't throw with a lot of velocity, and Grant's going to tell us this at 5:40. So when he misses, these guys are teeing off on it. So you shouldn't be able to score like they did in the Braves and then lose that game. They spotted him a big lead, and it was south from Elder all the way down to Iglesias. It was just plain ugly, throwing the guys in the middle. And we also squandered Austin Riley's magical night.
We did. Find out in 10 minutes what Mike has on his mind, the only thing he has on his mind. Let's talk Falcons, man, because Desmond Ridder is getting some exposure. He had a chance to go on NFL Live yesterday. Now, I say this, guys, remember, he hasn't been the face. He hasn't really been doing a lot of this stuff. Now, it's going to pick up because he's the starter, but he went on NFL Live. He was on SportsCenter yesterday late in the afternoon, and Mike and I were like, look, we're talking about our quarterback. So for Dez, this is all good. It's good pub. But what was he saying, and what was he talking about? And one of the things he said is he's going to camp as quarterback 1, right? QB1. It changes when you are QB1. He went in last year knowing, hey, you may not play this year, and if you do, we're not sure when, but this is Marcus Mariota's team going into camp. That's not the case this season.
Yeah, for me, it's just, I know what the season is going to be like. I know what it's going to hold, how long it is. And then obviously, you talk about the offense. I have, a whole year of offense under my belt. And so, I'm excited to get back in the building with the guys and get going and just, try to reach our ultimate goal.
5,200, Mike. 5,200 yards he's throwing for.
Well, again, I'll be all for that. That was the PFF. What was it? PFF Knuckleheads came up with that?
It was.
I don't even know how you get to that number when you think we're going to run the ball at least 500 times, or 400 times. I mean, it's not only going to be one dude, but between Algier and Bijan Robinson, I think you get to 400 total runs, right?
You would.
And throw in Cordero Patterson, right?
Yeah, I think that number of running attempts, right, is right about right. The throwing the football, and again, I get back to this. We got to let Dez cook at some point. Not every game. It's not going to be I don't expect him to throw for 500 yards, but Mike, you were saying this. He doesn't have to be perfect with all these weapons around him.
No, and it's the thing that applies to what we just talked about with the dogs, because, you've got a quarterback in Carson Beck who's surrounded by just really good players and older players, experienced players, and studs. Same thing goes here. You're going to hopefully have Bergeron plug in at left guard, so we're not going to have any leakage coming from the left side, from the blind side. And you've got a good center in Dahlman. I mean, I know that we were kind of lukewarm about Caleb McGarry coming back, but he fits this program because he knows how to run block. So it should be there. And then you talked about all the skill position players. They're going to have a lot of weapons at his disposal. Shouldn't have to be Joe Montana to win.
Let's hear Des Ridder talk about Pitts and Drake London and the offseason work they've put in.
Yeah, for me, and obviously, Drake and I had a great connection last year. And for myself and Kyle, we didn't get as many reps as we liked to last year. So for me, it was just about, keep developing that relationship with Drake, and then obviously, build that relationship with Kyle. And that's, whether it's playing golf on the weekends or actually being out there and working and working on our crafts together, and just growing that connection both on and off the field.
Yeah, and Pitts, No pressure, Kyle. We're glad that you're not going to start the season on the PUP list, the training camp on PUP list. Physically unable to perform is what it stands for, guys.
Right.
But ultimately, this is a year, man. I need you to be great. Mike, I need Kyle Pitts to have another coming out party. It's almost like I forgot. Rookie season, the hype. Oh, is he going to be any good? 1,000 yards. Right. Great. What do you got for me this season?
Yeah, and this gets back into the expectation. What are your expectations
for Pitts?
Yeah, got to be 1,000 yards, right?
25 touchdowns, 1,500 yards.
I wouldn't go that far. You know what? I'll even subtract the 1,000-yard mark and get me 8 or 10 touchdowns in the red zone.
Ooh, I love it.
The thing that, and I think this is why, maybe you don't believe in Ritter yet. You got to see it. I get it. But one of the things, even with Matt Ryan, we were so disappointed in the red zone. Even the year we went to the Super Bowl, we still kicked a ton of field goals. Matt Bryant at the time. So let's hope that our red zone woes are finally gone for this team, and we're going down there. And then then you can step on the gas, and then really be able to close out games by running the football with hopefully multi-score leads.
You say you'll take 8 to 10 touchdowns over 1,000 yards.
Correct, because that means we're winning football games. And by the way, the true validation, with all due respect, since again we extrapolated 1,000 yards versus 17, what's it, 50 some odd yards, 60 yards
for running backs? Yeah. Yes,
and still the same numbers for passing, but. I just want to see this guy get in the end zone. He should be a freakazoid. He should be a dude who is the ultimate red zone weapon.
I'm going to put more pressure on him. If you gave me 1,000 yards with what you had 2 seasons ago, this is a better team. You should be a go-to guy. And Mike, I'm always for touchdowns. Right. But I do think Drake, quietly, we say this, like Drake London last year had a really good year. Quietly.
Right. And had you had better numbers, and again, let's be honest, Mariota couldn't hit the broadside of a barn when these guys got open. That's what was so frustrating.
It really was. What did Des Ritter say about Bijan Robinson? Here's Desmond Ritter.
Yeah, just his explosiveness. I mean, you obviously see it, on his film from Texas, but just seeing it in person, we haven't got the pads on yet, so we'll see what it's like when we get the pads on. But, just being out there during OTAs, just ability to be able to play anywhere and do anything, is just really huge.
Turn the page, Falcon fans. Turn the page. It's time. Don't still think that in your head this is what it was. It's different, it's new, and you're hearing a new voice. And, Mike, I hope this guy is here for the next 10 years, and we found our franchise quarterback, and we continue to do all these great, things around the draft and free agency, and we win. But I think a lot of Falcon fans are still stuck in the rut, Mike, of, okay, this is going to be what it's been, and it's not. I can't tell you how many people I've run into are like, well, what you think they're going to do? And then we have the conversation, and then they immediately go back to, well, they didn't do this then.
Right.
Let it go.
Yeah, I just think you do, and that's a great point. I mean, we're all most of us are Falcon fans. Some of you are on the fence. You want to jump back in with the Falcons. But the things that happened before don't have any bearing on this. For whatever, we said this earlier, for whatever you felt about Matt Ryan, and it's a shame that he was so disrespected in this town because he did a hell of a job in a really tough situation. But there were times where you still wanted more, and you need getting back to that red zone conversation.
Wanted more.
So, but that's gone. And Ritter isn't a star in some people's minds. Some people think he has the potential, but this team is loaded. This team finally had money to spend. And I know that last year was frustrating. Last year was the last, hopefully, Carl, of the gap years. And now this is going to be our window. The way Buffalo turned things around, the way Miami's turned things around, the way we're hoping Carolina also hopes to be doing the same thing.
Yeah, no doubt about it. 404-726-0929. It is Dukes and Bell. That's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. Follow us, by the way. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes, the radio show. Dukes and Bell 929. And follow the radio station at 929 The Game. We are live on Twitch at ATL 929 The Game and YouTube at 929 The Game. Whispers running the cameras. You can watch the show live. One last thing from Desmond Ritter, and we're talking about turning the page. Here's what he said about hopefully being here for a long time.
Because I'm the guy that, is going to go out there and lead the team. I'm going to work hard and do everything that I can to make sure that not only myself, but everyone around me is successful. I just want to bring everyone around me up. And go out there and do everything that I can to lead the team to victory.
It's my boy, man. Again, if you're new to the show and your first time hearing Desmond Ritter, or new to the Falcons broadcast, he does sound a bit like Patrick Mahomes meets the former Colts quarterback.
Oh, Andrew Luck.
Andrew Luck.
Yeah.
It's a throaty, but it's higher register. But how simple that? And that's the way Ritter has his own unique voice, man. Don't you hurt my precious?
He does. He does a little bit. Hey, man. Meanwhile, I want to mention this: 4 Falcons were named top 10 at their positions When you go to the rankings, A.J. Terrell, top 10 cornerback. Chris Lindstrom, a number 7 interior offensive lineman. Pitts was the number 7 tight end, Mike, and Jesse Bates, number 6 safety. If you buy into any of that, all that says to me is that we're getting the respect with the player upgrades that we've had. Bates, remember, free agency. Pitts, we drafted. Lindstrom's the highest paid guard right now in the league. He got his respect through the contract. And A.J. Terrell, obviously, I think he's one of the best corners in the league. That's all it says to me.
Right. And if Okudah steps in and he does the job, we talked yesterday about the rookie class, you got a really good secondary. That's another thing. For years, we debated building from the back or the front, and it seemed like for this franchise, if we're honest, it was one or the other.
Yep.
It was rarely together at the same time. So, look, I get it. Guys like Bud Dupree and Calais Campbell, those are short-term fixes. But I'm going to say it again, man. The second-round guys, Richie Grant, Arnold Ebiketie, you got to step up this year. These guys got to take a leap, because I don't know where you place second-rounders. You talked about it in 16. Second-rounders, fourth-rounders contributed from the jump, and these guys have got to step it up.
Yeah, if they do, then this team's really going to do something special. All right, we got plenty more to get to. Mike has one thing and one thing on his mind, and he's going to tell you what it is.
That's right. It's the other P word.
And we got to talk about it because as much as you might say we don't need it,
it's creeping into the – if it hasn't crept into your consciousness as a Braves fan, I don't know what you're watching.
It's always in my consciousness. It's Dukes and Bell.
All right, man. It is a great weekend for grilling. We love to grill. We talked about it with our man, again, Turtle, Chris, earlier, about all the stuff we're going to have fired up this weekend. Great question. I got this. I want to give a credit to my cousin Sean, who lives in London.
Okay.
And he's Irish by birth, and he got this from an English magazine called Olive, and he said, this will be good for your guide talk. Anyway, so he listens online with the Odyssey app when he can.
Thank you.
Maybe lays off work now. Probably having a pint. British cooking magazine named Olive, which is apparently a good magazine over there, conducted an online poll. When your wife asks you if you liked the meal she prepared, how do you respond if you didn't like the meal? In other words, you found the meal not to your liking. There was something about it that was not good. How would you respond? Well, it's pretty funny. Typically British, stiff upper lip, don't complain. 67% of English men say nothing. They just eat the food and live with it. 15% say they will say specifically what they found unsatisfactory about the cooking.
Okay.
And then here's the one I found really passive-aggressive and interesting. 18% of the men said they would wait till she suggests cooking it again and then would suggest something else.
Ah, that's a good way to go about it.
That's tact.
That's a good way to go about it.
That is the definition of British tact. Have you ever told your wife that you didn't like something she prepared? Have you ever broached this subject?
Yes, we've got into so there's two things that have happened in this, Mike, for me. One, I hate kale. If you're new to the show,
we all do.
If you're new to the show, I hate kale. And there was a time where my wife was preparing all these salads to go along with the meals, and I came home and I was in a mood, and I said, "What is this?" She said, "Salad." And I said, "No, what is this?" And she said, "Oh, it's a kale salad." And I said, I hate kale. And then I went on this whole thing about I don't eat kale. You can't cook kale. You can't put sauce on kale. People have told me all this stuff. I don't like kale, and I don't like kale. So when she found that out, like when I went off, I got kale for like the next 3 or 4 days.
Oh, man.
Just because she wanted to be like,
she's going to spite you.
Yes, here's kale. Now you eat. I didn't eat it. The other thing is, this is her pet peeve. She prepares dinner. She puts it on the table. As I say, it better be hot when I get home. And, Mike, I end up seasoning the food before tasting it.
Right.
And it drives her nuts because she goes, "You haven't even tasted it." And I'm like, "Yes, but I know I want some extra pepper and some salt and some other thing." Whatever it is, it drives her crazy. So I cannot tell you that I've told her I wouldn't eat a meal that she's prepared, but I'd probably do choice 3. What was choice 3 again? The one where you
choice 3 is you don't say anything until about 3 weeks later. She
comes back.
She's going to cook it again.
I do that.
And then again, from an English magazine, Nigel, I'm going to make the artichoke hearts with the lamb.
Because I got to tell you, if I told her,
would you like that?
If I told her,
no, Mummy, I don't want it. You can't have your meat. How can you have your pudding if you don't eat your meat?
If it wasn't any good, and I told her this isn't any good, she's probably not cooking for a month.
Well, here's the deal.
That's the thing. She's going to shut it down.
But here's the thing with Becky. And, I don't know why do women ask a question when they don't really want the answer anyway? Because she'll cook something. It's like, well, you don't like it? I go, no, it's great. Is it good? She'll ask me like 4 times during the meal. And my wife, you guys have heard this. Almost everything you see on the when we do the hashtag Dukes and Bell tailgate at home presented by Buckhead Butcher Shop, that's all stuff that she's made. She prepares it. I buy it. She cooks it.
Yeah.
And so she'll say like, how was the salmon? Meanwhile, by 7:30, I come home. I'm so freaking hungry. I have a salad for lunch. I'm trying to lose weight. I'm just going bananas. And I'm like, it's great. I'm shoveling it in. It's fantastic. Do you really like it? I love it. You sure it's good? Yes. Here's what me being in it. Well, yeah, it was a little dry. What? And then it's like, crash, boom, bang, into the kitchen to wash the dishes. So you forget it. Don't even bother. Why ask the question if you don't want the answer?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, Becky, that's tough.
And she's a fantastic cook. My mom was a terrible cook. My grandmother was a gourmet. My wife is amazing. My wife is gourmet level 2. She's fantastic.
Yeah.
So, I mean, she's a great cook. But don't ask the question if you don't want the answer.
Well, listen, and here's the deal. Like, I told you this. My mom was unbelievable as a cook. And even Michelle, my wife, fell in love with my mom's cooking. To this day, there are dishes she's like, how'd your mom do that? And I'm like, I don't know. Because my mom would just cook off of memory. Like a lot of black women who just would be like, butter, salt, and you prepare it, and the next thing you know, it's delicious. Here's the deal for me, though, Mike. If you ask and I tell you it's not good, you can't be mad at me.
Right.
And so I'm with you on this. Like, if you ask me 4 times, is it good? Is it? And I say, no, it's not that. It's not as tasty as I thought it might be. You can't be upset. But I will say this. If you have the balls to tell your wife it's not good, just be prepared for the comeback.
No, I mean, you want to say, but if I even say, well, maybe could have used a little less seasoning on the steak. Really? And then there's silence. And then it's like, that is the silence. So don't even go down this road.
John, now you know this.
I mean, I don't know.
You know this from TV. Producers in our ear going,
Yeah,
wrong. That's wrong.
That's wrong. No, I had a producer, and no, he's dead. I had that in my ear.
He's dead.
Yeah, I had that one in my ear.
And then you said what?
I didn't say anything because we had gone to break. Well, all right. Here's the story. So it's after like Game 5 of the Lakers series against Sacramento back in 2001, and I'm anchoring at Fox in L.A. with Todd Donahoe, and we were at Staples Center. That's where the studios were, and the Lakers would bring a star player up after the game, and so we bring Rick Fox up, and he's talking to.
He's a pretty man, isn't he?
Oh yeah, he's a good looking.
Yes, he is.
His wife was a pretty woman.
Oh no doubt. I'm telling you, I told you the first time I saw Rick Fox.
It was like, okay.
First time I ever met him, I was like, I cannot look this man in his face.
And so we were sitting up there, and we're doing the interview, and congratulations this way with the game, and my producer Brett Martzke gets in my ear and starts screaming, 10, 9, 8, counting us down to break, and my co-host Todd Donahoe asked him a question. He said, "Hey, listen, who do you want to have come sing the celebratory song after the next round?" And Rick answered it, and I said, "Oh, that's great." No, he asked him who his favorite music artist was. I'm sorry. And so Rick answered. I said, "Yeah, maybe that's great. Maybe he can come sing after the next round and win. Good night." Well, he said Tupac. I didn't hear him because the producer is screaming in my ear. And Brett said, he's dead, right?
Wow. Yeah.
The LA Times had a field day with that one.
Oh, I'm sure they did.
Tupac Resurrection.
It won't be the first time.
I was just ahead of the whole.
I was going to say,
okay?
yeah, it wouldn't be the first. All right, man, we got to get out of here, Turtle.
All right, Turtle, hit Chris's music.
Oh, little Tupac. Hey, John, he's dead.
Yeah, I know that. But you never know. He could be resurrected in some form or fashion.
Well, apparently he has been. He's been seen in Cuba.
According to some people, yeah, he's living on a private island.
Is he like Elvis now? Is that it? Is
I've seen these pictures. It's like the Loch Ness monster. This is Tupac walking down the street. There's a guy with a red headband on, and they're like, "It's Tupac." I'm like, "It's not Tupac."
How old would he be? He'd be in the 50s, right?
Well, here's the thing about Tupac. He died at 25.
Right, 25.
So the impact, the world of the way he did, and to still be talking about him, Mike John,
right.
That was what 96, 97 when he passed away.
Yeah,
it's incredible. Yeah.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foy & Associates Personal Injury Law.
All right, Braves country. Do we really have a problem? It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We have lost our third consecutive game. Braves lose 16-13. You should never lose when you score 13 runs. But we lose to the D-backs last night. And, Mike, let's run down the one thing that's on your mind before we get into any of this, because we're going to talk with Grant about what happened last night and all of that. But we got to discuss the issue at hand, and that is, you know how good we are.
Right.
Don't be in denial. You know how good we are.
Even with the 3-game losing streak, still the best team in baseball.
So what's the P word on your mind?
Pitching. What do you think it was? Pitching. Guys, look, you've listened to the show, and I think I got on this rant back in May because I just seen this team come up short. 2020. Should have gone to the World Series, could have been World Series champion in the COVID year. 2022. You go in with Charlie Morton, Max Fried with a bad stomach, and a 75%, let's be honest, Spencer Strider. Didn't work, did it? You can never have too much pitching. And yeah, it was pitching up the yin yang for Bobby Cox, late 90s, early 2000s. I remember years like Millwood would have 17 wins, you couldn't even crack the starting lineup, or Denny Nagel.
Right.
But that's not a problem. We don't have that problem this year. We don't have too much pitching. We need more. We need bullpen help. You saw it last night. The good guys that were really contributing are injured, and you don't know when they're coming back. Nick Anderson, etc. So you need bullpen help, at least 2 or 3. Iglesias, I'm not sold. So the Padres are selling. Go get Hader, and you got to give up a guy like A.J. Smith-Shawver and Vaughn Grissom. Guess what, Braves fans? So what? Enough. Enough with you guys. Well, what about the future? Yes, I get it. We'll be the Yankees. We'll have to replenish the farm system. I'm trying to win the freaking championship right now. Well, I got a team 1 through 9 that could bash everybody's brains in, but we got no pitching. Pitching can't get 3 innings lately. We need more pitching. So you call the Padres. The Mets probably won't trade in the division, but Carl, there are some places right now, like the Cubs, you could go get some pitching. Frontline pitching, White Sox, Tigers. Let's not monkey around. Let's not go Filene's bargain basement. AA's got the loot. We should have it. The stock's going to the moon right now. The Braves are printing money. Let's not cheapskate it. Get the best pitching you can now and beat the other guys at the marketplace.
I see why this P word was on your mind. Let's talk about something real quick. Max Fried, okay, because this is what we keep hearing, Mike. Well, Dukes and Bell, Mike's talking about all this pitching. Max Fried's on his way back. I want to mention this to you today. Fried is going to pitch 5 innings next. Okay, this is a slow build, and this is not coming from Mike and I. This is coming from the organization. So much so that Snit said today it's a slow process. We may not see Max Fried as soon as we thought we might.
Right.
So Fried is gradually pitching, okay? 5 innings is next. That's the goal. And then they'll evaluate. But even Snit is saying, Mike, it's going to be a slow process. Then we find out today that Soroka is going to start Friday. Now, Turtle, you said he was pitching in relief on Sunday, gave up a home run. That was Sunday for Soroka?
Yeah, he pitched 3 innings out of the pen, gave up a 2-run bomb. Other than that, he was okay.
I don't know if I can go all in on that.
Right.
Okay? I just want you to just paint this picture with me. So we're waiting on Fried, who you all think is going to be back sooner than later, and he might not be. Soroka is coming, but it's not what we might think it is. And then Kyle Wright. He's going to work off the mound and start regular bullpen sessions next week.
Yeah, that you just laid it out. You guys, you're living in a fantasy world where everything pans out. And yes, maybe it does. I'm a glass half full kind of guy. I'm just telling you, I don't have any degree of certainty about Kyle Wright. I think Max Fried's going to be great and ready to rock, but you can't go into it. Soroka's
slow process?
Yeah, I mean, come on, guys. Let's not screw around. Let's stack the deck. Let's do what the Yankees have done, what the other teams have done. Let's not screw around with this, hoping that, because by the way, there's no more pitching in Gwinnett. There's no more, that well is run dry. There's no more guys to call up. You've lost big chunks out of your bullpen. Let's be honest. Kirby Yates, Iglesias, you get a little lump in your throat when these guys are coming out of the pen. You need a lot of pitching. And I don't know where you guys are. I think, yeah, you play to win the game. You play to win the championships, okay? I know Sherholtz brainwashed a generation of Braves fans. The division pennant. No, it's the World Series. That's what we're shooting for here. We got to fix this before it gets out of hand, and it will.
Fried, remember, he's been out since May. It was a left forearm strain, okay? We've got Morton and Strider, and I told you, Morton's been great, and we'll talk with Grant McCauley coming up here about that. But Set those guys aside, and we still don't have Freed available. It's not like he's running out there every fifth day right now. You got Elder, Soroka back in the back half of the rotation, A.J. Smith-Sharver, Jared Schuster, Dylan Dodd. That may be what we're looking at.
Yeah, but this is the thing, guys. You get into the postseason, I just went through it. You had Morton, he was healthy. Freed wasn't 100%, and Strider wasn't. You went into the Phillies divisional series with 2.5 arms. Seriously. Tell me what part of that I got wrong. What part of that? Oh, we're gonna roll Jake Odorizzi in against the Phillies? That's right. He'd make the postseason roster. So again, if you want to go from the low end, Smiley, Gosman level, to a higher level, Dallas Keuchel, all guys you brought in the last 5 years, to go get somebody, regardless of salary control, get a mercenary. Maybe you take it in the shorts on the trade, but you get a guy that's going to eat innings because this bullpen is overworked. Remember, guys, you lost 3 pieces out of your bullpen, Carl, and you got guys who can't go 5 innings. Yeah. This is a problem. The good news is we're bombing out like a softball team. Oh, that's right. We scored 13 runs last night, and we still lost.
That's a problem. 404-726-0929. You always can hit us up and let us know what you think. And the thing also, by the way, this pitching thing that Mike has on his mind, this P word, it is the biggest question mark for this team. Right. We just re-signed Travis d'Arnaud, okay? $8 million one-year deal, extends him club option for 2025. Basically what you've done is you've shored up your catching situation. And Sean Murphy's on point, all-star, right. And d'Arnaud has been a clubhouse leader. You're set there for the next few years. This window is not going to last 10 years, okay? So if you think, hey, the lineup's really good, and it is, and all the things we've talked about, we lead the East. We've got the best road record. We've hit the most home runs than anybody else. We got the best OPS, on base and slugging. We've got the top ERA. If you think all of these things matter, then you've got to go all in. And that's all we're saying.
Right.
Last night I'm watching the game, Mike, and again, whether you realize this or not, we started out that game last night. We had 5 runs in the first inning. And I was like, I literally turned the channel. Because I was like, here the Braves go again.
You got this.
I'll check back in the third inning, and all of a sudden, when I got back, it started to become a game back and forth. And then by the end, I was mentally frustrated.
Yeah, and then Iglesias comes in, and, that's another guy. I got guys going, well, other teams are going to want Hader. Yeah, no, blank, Sherlock. You're going to have to get into a bidding war. But what are we here for? I mean, to say, well, gee, Willikers will get him next year. I'm so over that mindset.
Yeah.
To be afraid of trading prospects is a loser mentality. Did
you say loser?
The loser mentality. Okay.
Did you say loser?
Yeah, these Braves fans. Yes, I remember Christian Pache. We can't Langolier. Yeah, maybe they go off and maybe you screw it up and somebody becomes Nolan Ryan or whatever. I would be willing to trade an A.J. Smith-Sharver to get something solid that can help all those things we just talked about. Your guys hit me up right now going, we're top 5 in ERA. Are you watching it? Do you know who's missing? It's a fool's paradise if you don't think pitching's not going to come back to bite you on the butt. Come on, guys.
Let us know where you're at. Follow Mike. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put Him Up. See Dukes, the radio show. Dukes and Bell, 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. I don't want us to be talking about this in September.
No.
Okay?
But here's the thing. You got to be preemptive strike. You got to get the other guys out of the mix because, the Dodgers will do something. The Astros will do something. All the usual players.
Yes.
Then don't forget, you got new pieces in the mix now. You've got also the Orioles might be actually doing something. The Rays have already committed that they're going to be in the mix.
Well, there are buyers that haven't been buyers in the past,
exactly.
Right? And so this is where there's going to be more competition to potentially upgrade what we need to upgrade.
Rangers already making moves, we got to step up.
Yeah, it's a great point, and I'm just glad you brought up the P word. I am, because everybody wants to ignore it until you see a game like last night, and then you realize to what we're laying out for you. Freed may be delayed a little bit longer. Soroka's going to start on Friday, but we've said this.
Yeah.
My expectation for Michael Soroka is different now. It just is. Guys, if he gives me a quality start, I'm great. But if he lasts 3 2/3, Mike, I'm not surprised. And then Kyle Wright will start throwing off the mound regularly, bullpen sessions next week. So you're talking about potentially 2 more weeks or so before we see Kyle Wright, or maybe longer.
And the good news for Soroka is, with the one exception, where he did do a great job against Cleveland, the Braves have pretty much been bombing. It's been bombs away.
Yes, it's made it easy.
And that's one thing that's not going. Guys, it just doesn't happen like that in the postseason. You don't see NFL-type scores in October.
Yeah, the offense has been so good that we've not been worried about the pitching. And you know what? We're going to get caught with our pants down when we need pitching in the playoffs because it is different. To Mike's point, it's different. And then you're going, well, we should have went out and got pitching. Let's not be in that position.
I said, you and I were talking about it the year it was, because nobody was spending in 20, because it was a strange year with COVID, the 60-game season. Everyone was kind of just being sort of, well, let's wait back and see where it goes.
The Dodger year?
Yeah, and that's a year where you're up 3. Maybe people forgot. I know it was down in Texas, but you were up 3-1 on the Dodgers, had to do a bullpen start. And that's when the wheels came off. So you could have been World Series champs 2 of the last 3 years. So that's why I'm always railing about it. And we appreciate your feedback. Some guys are saying I'm on it. Other guys say, wait and see. I'm not waiting and see. Guys, we got a great lineup. You don't even need a position player, Carl.
Yeah.
1 through 9 on your bench. You got one of the best teams in baseball. Slugging, OPS, any whip you want to throw out there, you know?
It all matters. Guys, we've been talking about the SEC Media Days. Literally, Florida offensive lineman Kingsley Igwankin is joining us right now. And Kingsley, I apologize about the last name, but brother, we appreciate you jumping on with us. He is at Florida, guys. Redshirt junior, and everybody's wondering what's going on down there at Florida and Billy Napier. And I'm just curious, like, what's the vibe? I mean, Anthony is gone. Everybody's saying, what's the deal? You guys going to reload? What's it look like?
Yeah. I think we got a bunch of hungry guys who are ready to go to work. I know everybody keeps bringing up Anthony being gone, but Anthony wasn't the only player on the team last year. And that's my dog. I love him to death. But I think we got guys who are ready to work, guys who want to compete, and guys who hate losing more than they like to win. So at the end of the day, I think if everybody just puts their head down and gets to work, I mean, the sky's the limit for this team, seriously.
It's always tough when a new coach comes in, but did everybody jump on Coach Napier's message and buy into it?
Yeah, man. I would say last year we might have had a little bit of wavering eyes in a sense, but I would say this year, I mean, it's none of that. Everybody's all the way locked in. Everybody's all the way bought in. And we know Coach Napier is a great coach who has a great plan in place for us to be successful.
Kingsley, what about Georgia? How often do you guys talk about them? Do you talk about them? Is there a big old, thing in the weight room that says, kill the dogs or anything like that? I mean, what does that look like for Florida players right now?
Yeah, man. I mean, we all know Georgia, who they are and whatnot, but at the end of the day, I think we take every game as its own game and not worry about the future, kind of have tunnel vision. And, I mean, yeah, there's a good team, but like I said earlier, if everybody locks in and does what they're supposed to do, the sky's ultimately the limit. I don't really think there's any team that can beat us if we go into every situation and handle business how business is supposed to be handled.
Hey, man, talk about the quarterback you do have this year. And again, guys got to battle out, obviously, coming down to Gainesville at camp. But Graham Mertz transfers in. And what do you know about this dude?
Yeah, so Graham, I've had the opportunity to be with him for a couple months at this point. And one thing I can say about Graham is he goes out of his way to be a leader. He goes out of his way to get around guys and make guys feel comfortable with him. So I think that's probably his greatest quality that I've been able to see firsthand is just his leadership qualities and kind of how he carries himself throughout the building every day.
What about the O-line? What's the strength of this team in your opinion, coming out of spring ball and what you know about it?
I mean, man, I think we got some great players all around the board. I don't know if there's necessarily a strength on the team. I think everybody kind of has their role, and everybody's going to go into their role with the mindset to dominate and kind of just attack every opportunity that they're blessed to have.
And as a kid who started up in Jacksonville, by the way, if you're just tuning in, guys, it is SEC Media Days. The Gators are down there, and it's Kingsley Igwankin joining us here, O-lineman for the Gators. We were talking earlier this year, a lot of hype about maybe taking the game and making it you guys down there at Ben Hill Griffin Stadium, then you guys come up to Athens. How much does a cocktail party mean to you, start playing there in the neutral site in Jacksonville?
Yeah, man. So personally, I love playing in Jacksonville. I get a chill down my spine every time we cross. Seriously, every time I cross over the bridge to go to that stadium. But I think a home and home would be cool too. I said something earlier, and I was like, they might as well go home Jacksonville every 3 years and switch it up like that. But I mean, I think if you put the ball down in a parking lot with those two teams, they're going to get after it.
Right.
No doubt. Well, we wish you nothing but the best, Kingsley. We appreciate you jumping on real quick with us. Hope you've had a fun time up there in Nashville, man. It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience as a player to get a chance to do that and, take on the media and be a part of that event, SEC Media Week. So we appreciate the time today.
Yes, sir. Of course. I appreciate you guys having me.
Cool, man.
Good stuff.
Yeah, man. And that's a team which does have a couple of transfer quarterbacks around college football. And Billy Napier had to go to the transfer portal.
He did.
Did lose a quarterback in the next cycle to Ole Miss, which made some big news. Be interesting to see what happens.
I like Napier. I just don't think they're there yet, right? He may need another 2 recruiting cycles before, even with the transfer portal. But with that said, I'm looking at the recruiting class, and he's pretty damn good. I mean, it's impressive.
Right.
We're going to see what Florida does. All right, coming up, guys, Grant McCauley's going to join us. We'll talk about last night, but we'll also talk about what will happen tonight with our Braves. It's Dukes and Bell.
This one is up and out. It's time for Around the Yard with your 2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Hopefully we'll get a better outcome than we did last night with our Braves. Grant McCauley is going to join us in just a second. Coming up in the 6 o'clock hour, we do want to mention they asked for a retraction last week, and I would say this is about as close as you're going to get to it.
Yeah, the AJC, some dog fans are feeling they still didn't go far enough, but the writer of the article did get dismissed from the AJC. We'll talk more about it in depth with Connor Riley, but it was, I think most people felt, and we'll get into it big in the 6. The first piece AJC did about the speeding, reckless driving, that was on point. And then they just went way too far, too many generalizations, not enough specificity, and basically just throwing a bunch of guys under the bus, and you don't give any details about sexual assault, making it sound like 11 players apparently did something, and Georgia just turned a blind eye.
More on this coming up. Very interesting day for the AJC and the corrections they've made in that story. Grant, we need to make some corrections. I mean, the bullpen let us down last night, but the starting pitching also let us down when we score 13 runs?
Yeah, I would also throw the defense into the equation for things that let the Braves down last night. It was just a rough all-around game for them, and you're right. I mean, you scored 13 runs. You feel pretty good about winning a game like that, and the Braves hadn't lost a game in which they'd scored 13 runs since 1990. So it had been a hot minute. But, yeah, they just got to figure out some ways, I think, to get the pitching staff into a little bit more of a nice stasis, because these injuries have started to pile up. The back-end guys of the bullpen that are missing to set up Raisel Iglesias. Then Iglesias has a bad night last night. Michael Tonkin got knocked around a little bit, but, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head. This all begins with a starting rotation. Can you get it to a manageable area for the bullpen, close it out? And Bryce Elder, for the second straight start, was unable to do that. 7 more runs allowed. Second straight start for him with that. So the corrections, yes, to be made, most certainly for the Braves to get themselves a little bit more back on track.
Speaking of which, what does Rick Kranitz do to figure out what Elder does? Because as you've pointed out on our show, he's always around the zone the way he throws, but he's sometimes eminently hittable.
Yeah, and that becomes the issue, certainly, and I think you're right about that, where if you kind of operate on the edges of the strike zone and your mistakes in the middle of the zone are going to be, I think, for a lineup, especially one like Arizona, which is, let's face it, more talented in the way they've been playing of late, it kind of felt a lot like that Tampa Bay game where even if a club is struggling, they've got the hitters that can hit strikes, and that is what Arizona did last night. But you cannot give them extra outs. You cannot give them extra base runners, and those things happened multiple times. Arcia made an error. Matt Olson had one later in the game, but then there were 2 errors on one play that, with Corbin Carroll and his speed on base, that's another thing the Diamondbacks do really well. It just all compounded. I mean, I would look at the 16 runs Arizona scored last night, and I know only 2 of them, I believe, or 3 maybe, were unearned runs. I would say these errors probably led to 5, if not 6, of Arizona's runs. And while that doesn't necessarily, erase all of the ills that the rotation or the pitching staff dealt with last night, you'd feel pretty good about winning a game 13-10 over losing one 16-13.
Grant, what about the night Austin Riley had? I mean, ultimately, in the losing calls, he probably didn't want to talk about it, but you hit 2 home runs, you drive in 7. That's a record-breaking night.
It was career-high night as far as the runs batted in for Austin Riley. Great to see that. And I think everybody's kind of looked at him as maybe the one guy that hasn't gotten it going for a long period of time this year. But he was still on pace for 265, 270, and a 30-homer season. We just know he's capable of doing more than that. So good to see that. And I think one of the things that has been discussed is, sometimes you think too much, and that's kind of a baseball generalization, I guess, because a lot of times you just want to simplify things, have a more direct plan, and obviously a more direct path to the ball is certainly helpful as a hitter. I think there's a little bit of that for Austin Riley as well, just to not overthink the situations and the sequencing and be up there and react and be ready and have a plan as he goes up to do some damage, because we know he's capable of doing that.
Grant, you talked about the defensive gaffes. I mean, Matt Olson, in both of the losses that Elder started, there was that double play doesn't turn down in Tampa. Is this something that at some point the skipper is going to call these guys out on?
I don't know that it necessarily gets to that, because I know Matt Olson doesn't need anybody to tell him that play last night, especially in the ninth, that's one that needs to happen. The one down in Tampa, if I'm remembering the right one, where nobody was at third base, I think that's on the entire infield, to be honest with you. But for Matt Olson, clearly the expectation for himself and obviously for the club and for the fans is a lot higher than a couple of those plays. So, I think it's as much as anything, it could be a little bit of a wake-up call in and of itself of, all right, got to make sure that kind of stuff doesn't happen again, because when you're playing the way the Braves had all season long, things have been coming over the last 5 or 6 weeks the way they want them to. With the pitching staff going through what it is right now, as I mentioned before, you can't afford extra outs and innings and extra base runners. They just seem to be being made to pay for them here lately.
Grant McCauley, our guest, guys, Braves Insider, talking Braves with us tonight. Series continues with the D-backs. Tell us about how good Charlie Morton's been, Grant.
He's been tremendous, and I think, when you look at what the Braves have had, the questions they've had in this rotation, they needed Charlie Morton to not be a question mark this year, and I think he's responded in kind. 3.20 ERA, double-digit wins as of the All-Star break. Great to see that kind of performance from your 39-year-old elder statesman. I feel like his fastball and his curveball have looked as good this year as at any time in a Braves uniform dating back to 2021, and he's been a stabilizing force, and they need that to continue. They need Spencer Strider to continue that, obviously, in the finale when we get to that. But, I think we're on the precipice of getting Max Fried back, perhaps as soon as the end of next week. That will mean a lot to this Braves staff, but having Charlie Morton doing what he's doing lately has been a big reason why they've been able to get patchwork things together with the absence of Fried and with Kyle Wright.
Grant, you think that Alex Anthopoulos will let the market settle, or is he going to be out there on the vanguard, being proactive, trying to get the best bullpen pieces, best starter he can get?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I don't think he's ever been a reactive general manager. I mean, sometimes things happen and you're forced to go out there and try to make moves to help fill a need for your club. But with Alex, I would assume a lot of phone calls from his inner circle have been made. A lot of, scouting reports are already, floating across the table in whatever version of a war room that they have to get ready for this, to see what they can do. I know he said yesterday prior to the game, I'm not necessarily out there trying to acquire 3 or 4 bullpen pieces because we believe we're going to get some guys back, but finding ways to maybe looking at a starter, and Max Fried is clearly a big X factor in all of this. You get him back and healthy, all of a sudden you go from maybe the higher DEFCON level or the lower one. I don't know which one's worse to whichever one is better, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and just real quick, Carl and I were talking about it earlier. I was ranting and raving, but it seems like this is a year where there's so many teams that are going to be out there in the mix. I guess my point is you're going to have to give to get. And I understand some fans don't want to ever part with a guy like a Vaughn Grissom, but I just feel like the World Series is its own reward, and then we can restock the farm system whenever down the road.
Yeah, you have a draft every year. You have an international signing period, which the Braves are now a part of again. So I agree. As the old saying goes, you get to hang those banners and those flags, and those are a reminder of your successes. And there are a lot of clubs out there that would like to be able to hang one of those, and the Braves did it not that long ago. So this is a club that is built unlike virtually any other team in Major League Baseball right now. So I do think if it comes to trading assets to bring in the players they need to put this club over the top, that's going to be priority one for Alex Anthopoulos.
All right, Grant, great job. We'll see what happens tonight. Do want to ask you about the update real quick before we let you go about Fried and Soroka. Fried, what's the situation with him and Soroka?
Yeah, for Fried, it's going to be rehab start number 3, 5 innings or 60 pitches, I think is what the Braves are looking for, which could open the door for, if it goes well, and with the off days the Braves have next week, to possibly forego a 4th rehab start and have him back in the Atlanta rotation. Soroka should start Friday against Milwaukee, but in the interim of Fried's return, they're still going to have to figure out something on Saturday. I feel like that may line up for A.J. Smith-Shawver to get another shot in the Braves rotation against the Milwaukee Brewers.
All right, buddy. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Enjoy the game tonight. We'll talk tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
Cool. Grant McCauley. And again, we know we can't force the hand of Alex Anthopoulos. We love him. We think he's great. I think he's the best general manager in baseball. But I just hope they continue to stay, Mike, in that front office. We've got everything we need to win the World Series, but what are we missing? Right. And you no matter how good you are, you got to ask that question, and I hope they do.
And as I said last segment, this team is so loaded. And that's the thing where some Braves fans are feeling you don't need pitching because you think you're going to score 15 runs every night. Last night was a good case in point. Not trying to be prisoner of the moment. This is something you and I have been talking about because the bullpen has worn down. And now you got to replace guys that were really good. And that's not easy. So Alex's work's going to be daunting. No, this guy's, you said it, best GM in baseball. He'll find a way.
Coming up, you'll hear what Nick Saban had to say today on his new offensive coordinator, the quarterback battle. And what did he say about the transfer portal? Remember, he was not for it. Apparently now he is. We'll let you hear it coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. It is Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Been a busy day. We're going to let you hear from Nick Saban coming up. But before we get to that, and also our interview with Connor Riley, who addresses something that we're about to talk about. Falcons camp, again, starts next week. Just a reminder, nobody covers the Atlanta Falcons like us. 92.9 The Game, your home for the Falcons. Morning shift, Steakhouse. Andy and Randy will be out there starting Thursday the 27th. That's next Thursday. And Friday, Mike and I will do the show from Hooters Mall of Georgia, Mike. We're going to be out there Thursday, Friday, and then the following week every day. So if you're out there for one of the open practices, you may see us or whatever. We'd love to see you guys. But make sure if you get a chance to come out and see us at the Hooters Mall of Georgia.
And again, guys are asking us again today on the text line. Can't get to all the texts, but we appreciate you hitting us up. I put a link up at Mike Bell ATL. You just go to Ticketmaster or just Google Falcons Camp, and you got to get a ticket. It doesn't cost anything, but you got to get a ticket. So they got to put a cap on it because only so many people can get in there because it does get a little squeezed.
Yeah.
They're putting new projects together, new weight rooms going in where we're normally standing and doing the show. So go get your tickets if you want to go attend. There are weekend sessions that are going to be open to the public as well.
All right. One of the things that happened today, and it was really unexpected. Last week, it's just funny because we talked about Georgia asking for a retraction of the story that was written in regards to players and sexual assault. And there was one specific player that Mike was talked about,
Jamal Jarrett.
And there was a story written by a gentleman named Judd.
Alan Judd, yep.
He wrote for the AJC, had been there for many years, but he came on the Steakhouse, as a matter of fact, to answer some of the questions about this particular article. The thing is, guys, where the contradiction was with the police report. It told us so many things about, Mike, what really happened with the police report, and that wasn't included in Judd's story. But with that said, today the AJC issued corrections, okay, in its recent investigation into the University of Georgia football program handling sexual abuse allegations against its players and recruits. And I think this is, first of all, the right thing to do. But secondly, Mike, it also shows us what we had talked about weeks ago, which was this just didn't feel right.
Yeah, and, we said this, we don't make it pile on the AJC, although some would say the AJC was piling on UGA. But the article that first came out that outlined the speeding tickets, excessive speeding, super speeders, reckless driving in light of the tragedy, I thought that was pretty good journalism. You can't argue with that. Even, a dyed-in-the-wool Georgia fan would say, well, they're not lying. This one was different. And I just think that Alan Judd, to me, Carl, and again, 25-year career, it just seems like a fish out of water covering this story. It's a different dynamic. I mean, I wouldn't, as you and I said yesterday, I don't think you could put me down there at down the state capitol and know the beat and know how to cover it. In athletics, and this, for instance, when he described this kid, 16-year-old, breaking curfew, out drinking. Yeah, a 16-year-old lineman, it looks like he's 32. A big-time recruit is being stalked by a woman, you could argue. It just, the article just came out of the gate. It was definitely leaning one way. And the narrative, come hell or high water, was going to be athletics department, Georgia football, they don't take sexual assault seriously. And what really got them in trouble, and this is one of the things they walked back in the retraction, 11 football players had remained with the team after women reported violent encounters with them. Remember, that was the thing that set me off. Remember you and I were talking about it? And this is where I'm like, well, okay, which specific 11 players? There were 11 criminal charges. 11 players went to court. How many cases were dropped? How many of the cops said no way the first night and said we're not even proceeding? They never ever gave you the specifics on that and just basically said like, oh no, Georgia turns a blind. That was the thing which I thought was out of line. And I just think a guy like this needed someone with some sports experience to counterbalance some of the things he was putting out there.
This is from part of the correction today, and more with Connor Riley coming up from Dog Nation as he addresses this, and I thought he did it in an eloquent way. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. During SEC Media Week, where Kirby has been the story, this needs to be addressed. We need to say when things are not right, that it's not right. We can't run with stories, and I'm not saying Mike and I did. We told you. We only give you the information that's out there, all right? I never tell you it's right or wrong. I just give you what's out there. Then I give you my opinion on it. But the fact is, Mike, we don't see enough of this. We always talk about what happened and how the kids did this and how they're guilty of whatever, and oh, my God, I can't believe they're allowing that to happen. But then when the information is wrong or inaccurate or not complete, we never come back and say, you know what? That story was wrong, and those young men didn't do everything that we thought they did. So I'm just going to read this part and we'll move forward. Part of this correction today from the AJC was our editorial integrity and our trust. We trust in our community. I apologize. My phone just, there it is. Our editorial integrity and the trust our community has in us is at the core of who we are. They're not wrong about that. And just because this story, again, is being corrected and the individual who wrote the story seemed biased, it doesn't make the entire paper or everybody that works for it, okay, this publication, bad. But when you make a mistake, it's got to be corrected. And that's the only thing I applaud them for this, and I hope that we can move forward, and now that this has been resolved.
Because, again, Alan Judge does some good work. He was nominated twice for a Pulitzer. I just think, as I said, he's just a fish out of water covering a story which has nuances to it. It's not like just doing the regular crime beat. Or it's hard to get your head around some of this if you don't have the context. And to me, especially in the Jamal Jackson, he had no context of how the whole situation went down. But either way, and again, we said this earlier, I don't see anybody lose a job over this, but painting with a broad brush, and the editors bear some responsibility because they signed off on the sensationalist headlines about this, a story which was in turn picked up by national media. But you can also say, this week at SEC Media Days yesterday, no questions about this. Only questions about the speeding and the reckless driving. Because I think national media sees the story for what it was.
Yeah, and I think the speeding and reckless driving, the numbers are there.
Right.
You can look at how many ticketed and arrested and all of that. It's there, and it hasn't been ignored. Let's hear from Nick Saban as we turn the page. Coming up, Connor Riley. He'll talk all things dogs and more, as he has been at SEC Media Days as well from Dog Nation. Coach Saban today, Mike, talking about his new offensive coordinator, Tommy Rees. He came from Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Bill O'Brien's gone, all right?
Reese brought a quarterback with him.
But this is still a big transition. I mean, we know Saban has been able to replace coach after coach after coach. We've seen it. But at some point, Mike, you go, okay, is he going to get one of these wrong? I don't know if Tommy Rees is the answer, but here's what Coach Saban said about him and why he likes him. We'll play it for you here in a second.
Yeah, and Saban, it was funny. We're going to also hear talking to Connor Riley about it. A lot of folks at Alabama feeling disrespected since Georgia is obviously on top of the mountain right now. But, you look at the quarterback battle. Anytime you win a championship, you could argue that maybe the weakest, not to disrespect him, but Jacob Coker was probably one of the guys that was able to basically win a championship because the team was just so loaded around him.
Yeah, so many good players. Let's hear Coach Saban on Tommy Rees's new OC.
Bright young guy who's done a really, really good job. Players relate well to him. He relates well to them. He's a good presenter. He's very bright and understands the game conceptually very, very well, and has done a really good job of implementing our offense and adding to it things that I think will benefit us in the future.
So the thing that you give Saban credit, right? When he went and hired Lane Kiffin, everybody said he's crazy. Every time he's gone out and hired guys, right? He had Brian Dable at one point on his staff, guys, okay? All these guys have brought something different to the table.
Sarkisian, Lane Kiffin,
Bill O'Brien. Right. I mean, he's gone through coordinator after coordinator. So do you trust him as getting this hire right? You would say, yeah, but I got to see what Tommy Rees does because I still don't know what the quarterback situation is going to be. And Nick Saban was asked that question today about the quarterback battle.
There's not a decision that needs to be made at this point in time, nor are we ready to make that decision at this time until somebody separates themselves.
Yeah, and it's interesting. You're going to have Tommy Rees. He's got his guy from Notre Dame. You've got Milroe, who, again, looks like, he's supposed to be the next guy. And kind of a little bit of DJU in him. He's a big dude who can run people over, but he struggled with his accuracy. So, look, you're not going to win an SEC championship without having a great quarterback unless you've got that great defense, that lights-out defense like Georgia's had the last few years.
Yeah, and even then it's hard when you get in these playoff games. Again, how many points did Ohio State score on Georgia? I mean, it's hard. You still have to have guys that can put it in the end zone.
And it was just so un-Alabama-like. I know they were on the road at Tennessee to give up points that way.
Yeah, they did. Simpson, Buckner, Milroe are the three kids that are vying for
Buckner's the kid from ND.
The Alabama job, starting quarterback. What about Hugh Freeze? He was asked about Freeze because, again, the Iron Bowl is still a big deal, and Hugh Freeze takes over at Auburn.
Well, I've always had a tremendous amount of respect for Hugh Freeze. He's a good friend. I thought he did a great job when he was at Ole Miss. He obviously did a really good job at Liberty, and I'm sure he'll do a very good job at Auburn. I think his history as a coach sort of speaks for itself. He's a good recruiter. They had really good players at Ole Miss when he was there.
They did. And a couple of years, remember, when Freeze was there, they beat Alabama. And, that everybody thought that was cracking the code at the time with how you spread Alabama out, and this is how you beat them. So I'm curious, Mike. I don't know if Auburn beats them this year. You never know in that game. But I do think in a few years, this is going to be – Auburn will be back to where they need to be under Hugh Freeze. I trust his coaching. It's just about getting the players he needs to get.
Yeah, man. And Auburn, I think, everybody's got their collectives. And Auburn, look, they want to win as bad as anybody else. And they got a guy they believe in. Harsin, we said this yesterday. That was a strange fit.
Yeah.
And look, it was a ballsy decision, but then once you lose the athletic director, you're caught off. He was dead man walking coaching that team, wasn't he? And almost beat Alabama.
I know. Well, people say if he did, maybe he kept his job. I don't know. All right, one last thing, and then we're going to let you hear from Connor Riley from Dog Nation talking more SEC Media Days. Nick Saban on the transfer portal. Mike, remember when this started, he was like, oh.
Yeah, not a fan.
All right, well, we've continued to try to build our team through recruiting quality high school talent. And we use the portal sort of as you would use free agency in the NFL. When we feel like we have a need at a position, we would look and see if anybody's available in the portal that would, help us at that particular position. And I think this year we brought 5 guys in.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of this. Give me 5. Don't really like the direction of college football. Didn't really need or want to get Jermaine Burton or Jahmyr Gibbs, but,
I'll take them.
I kind of had.
Yeah.
It's just Saban being passive. Oh, yeah, Give me 5.
5 guys in the portal.
Coach, you
got the best recruiting class in the country. You're going in the portal?
Coach, you want to get a baker's dozen? It's like donuts. You might as well get while the getting's good.
Well, here's the deal. He has adapted.
Yes.
The whole thing. He's adapted.
Saban, things change. Saban belly aches, adapts, and then becomes the best at what he didn't like.
That's true. All right, coming up, hear from Connor Riley, Dog Nation. We'll talk more SEC Media Days and more dogs here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and Odyssey.com. your thoughts on this first before we talk about what's going on at the SEC. And you write all the time. You take pride in being right when you're writing stuff for Dog Nation. You've been great for us in this radio show, and we know how important it is for you to be accurate. And now all of this is played out. I'm just curious to know what you think about it.
Yeah, so I want to state from the jump here, I can't comment on the AJC investigative process. That is something that is above my purview. But as far as just journalism in general, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Carl. You have to be right. And when it's a subject as serious as this, you can't afford to play fast and loose with the facts. And if the AJC made in their statement today, they could not substantiate the 11 claims that were made in that piece. And even in the 3 that had been mentioned, again, Georgia very vehemently came out against that with the letter that came out last week. And so, and I'll say this too, the AJC is going to continue to look into some of the things that have happened with the Georgia offseason this year, as I believe that they should, because, again, Kirby Smart got asked about it at SEC Media Days yesterday, only once, when he held a closed sort of circuit press meeting last week in Athens with select reporters. He was asked about the traffic violations. Players yesterday were asked about how do you get better and how do you feel about some of the traffic-related things that have happened this offseason. It unfortunately has sort of been glossed over to an extent, but Devin Willock lost his life. Chandler LaCroix lost their lives, and there are a lot of circumstances surrounding that, yes. But this Georgia program suffered a traumatic event on January 15th, and some of the actions that this program has taken since then, independent of the sexual assault story that was written a few weeks ago, as far as the traffic stuff, there's legitimate concerns, in my opinion, about that and the way that the players have acted since then. And while, yes, Kirby Smart has to do a better job of policing this. And I understand a lot of people are frustrated because he publicly does not believe in stating suspensions because he believes that it embarrasses the player twice for a crime that they had already committed. The Georgia players themselves have to take it on them and say, we have to be cleaner about this. We have to be sharper about this. We can't keep having these types of things happen. Because as Cedric Van Pran at Media Day said yesterday, it feels like you're letting the whole university down because these guys are representing the university. And I know people have said they're 18 to 22-year-olds. That's when you get traffic citations. That's when you speed and things like that. And there's an air of invincibility there. I would say, yes, that's true. But these guys are not average 18 to 22-year-olds. A lot of people know who Cedric Van Pran is. Brock Bowers is getting a lot of money through NIL deals. Being a Georgia football player affords you a certain status, and I believe that they have to be held to a higher standard because they occupy that status.
Yeah, and Connor, I was just going to ask you about the leadership, and it seems like at least that was the message that Kirby was putting out there, and you heard it from the players' mouths themselves, that some of the upperclassmen are trying to take a leadership role, and will that help to get the message across to some of these players? Yeah,
I think it should, and Kirby, a week ago, he mentioned now in a team meeting when they had sort of all gotten back together after the July 4th sort of holiday there, he mentioned that a player who he did not name stood up in the team meeting and demanded better because he was a very close friend with Devin Willock. And while I have some idea of who I think that might be, again, there are some really powerful voices on that team. Cedric Van Pran, who we heard from yesterday, he was a team captain a season ago. He's one of the most impressive, not just players, but people on this team. Zion Logue is a guy who's very well respected. There are guys on this team that do things the right way, and unfortunately, because of some of the things that have happened this offseason, we're talking about them in a different light. Unfortunately, some of these incidents, not all these guys are bad guys. And unfortunately, sometimes there are those stereotypes out there that, athletes sort of get away with things and they're treated differently within the law. And they shouldn't be. And I think, these players now, they know going forward, and they're going to be asked about it continuously. Cedric Van Pran was very close with Devin Willock, came in the same recruiting class. Talking about that can be very difficult given the grief that comes with it. And every time there's a traffic arrest, guess what? We're going to have to go ask Cedric Van Pran about it because he's one of the leaders on the team. And that puts him in an uncomfortable position. And it's surely for him a frustrating position to be in as well, because for so many other schools this week, they're talking about football. They're talking about the upcoming season, dodging questions about who's going to be the quarterback. These Georgia players and Kirby Smart are having to answer very serious questions about very serious things, and that's traditionally not what SEC Media Days have been about.
It's interesting. Connor Riley, as we talk about the Dogs, away from the off-the-field stuff, I felt like Kirby yesterday, from just a football standpoint, things are great. I mean, like, they have a real chance to three-peat. We've discussed it, talked about it, and I know we're closer to getting back to camp and figuring out what's going to look like, what this is going to look like at quarterback. But, like, football-wise, the Dogs are in a really good spot, right? And I think, like, everybody's trying to catch them. Everybody in the SEC, all these other coaches are talking about it. They asked Brian Kelly about it, and I don't know if you saw it, Connor, but he was like, yeah, we're going to be in position in a few years to do it. But coming off that butt whooping, he wasn't even ready to say that they're ready to challenge the Dogs.
Yeah, no, I was in the room when Brian Kelly answered that, and you look at LSU, a team some people are going to pick to win the SEC West this year, even over an Alabama team. You look at the problems they ran into last year at the end of the year. Yeah, they beat Alabama head-to-head, but they lost to a Texas A&M team at the end of the season, and then yes, that final score was 50-30. I think Georgia could have won that game by 40 points if they really wanted to, and I think they let up there a little bit in the second half. That was an LSU team that won 10 games a season ago. You got Alabama players today, J.C. Latham, saying, we're going to win it all. That's a goal that this team has. And that is somewhat seen as a semi-controversial take. Now, Alabama is as talented as any team in the country, and, quarterback aside, they have a lot of very talented players that are going to be playing in the NFL. But that Georgia, for the first time in Kirby Smart's tenure, is going to be seen as the runaway SEC favorite. Again, this is a Georgia program that, despite having won 2 national titles, 2 SEC titles under Kirby Smart, multiple college football playoff appearances, this team has never, under Kirby Smart, been picked to win the SEC at the beginning of the season. I expect that to change on Friday when the preseason media poll comes out. And for the second time since the SEC expanded the divisions back in 1992, Georgia will be picked to win the SEC at SEC Media Days. I think that speaks to where Kirby Smart has elevated this program. And while, yes, there are questions about Alabama, LSU, and Tennessee, Georgia has some things to fix as well, but because of what they've been able to do on the football field, both in terms of recruiting, as Brian Kelly has sort of touched on, and then development, where Alabama has, I think, taken a small step back there, you see Georgia operating at such a high level on both of those. That's why going into this season, as hard as it is to believe, given there hasn't been a college football team to three-peat since Minnesota in the 1930s, Georgia's going to be the odds-on favorite to win another national title this year.
Fricky says their wishbone play was unbelievable, Carl. It is our man Connor Riley. It's K. Connor Riley on Twitter, and you can join us here on the waitfor.com hotline from Dog Nation. Yeah, I mean, I guess Carson Beck will be able to handle the gig. Kirby said because he obviously got a lot of minutes, and now they're going to split up some of the reps. What are the odds if Beck doesn't get the job done? Is Vandegrift, who's the next guy up here, Gunnar Stockton? How's it going to work as far as camp this summer?
Yeah, I would expect Brock Vandegrift to be the next guy up if Carson Beck, either gets injured, which, SEC quarterbacks get hurt a lot. It's a very physical league. And Vandegrift is a guy who's been in the system. I think he's a guy that the coaches trust. I've also heard really good things on Gunnar Stockton and the progress that he has made. I just think the reason I would say Vandegrift right now is he's gotten more first-team reps this spring and is probably going to get them in the fall. But well, yes, there's reason to be excited about Carson Beck. I think especially when you look back to what he did in the Vanderbilt game a season ago, and then in the spring game there, you see a real command of the offense, his ability to put the ball all around the field. Along with Georgia, I think having maybe the best set of pass catchers when you factor in Brock Bowers, Ladd McConkey, Dominic Lovett, you factor that in that Kirby Smart has had. I think there's so much talent around that quarterback. While there's reason to be optimistic in Carson Beck, and it wouldn't potentially surprise me if at the end of the year we're talking about him in New York as potentially a Heisman Trophy finalist. I really think whoever is going to be that quarterback, at least through the regular season, is going to be good enough for Georgia to where they're in a position to win the SEC once again. Now, when they go play in Alabama in the SEC championship game, potentially an Ohio State, a Michigan in the college football playoff, maybe a Texas, they're going to need their quarterback to step up and make plays and win games. But Georgia's so strong on both lines of scrimmage. I think they have the best offensive line in the country. They have a very deep defensive line that, the quarterback, and this is to Kirby Smart's credit and the way he has built out this program. You look at Alabama right now, them moving on from Bryce Young, they have a real problem because Bryce Young did so many things for them, and they were so reliant on Bryce Young a season ago. And in college football, you just have so much turnover. It becomes dangerous, I think, to be reliant on a single quarterback. Kirby Smart has built this program to where it's not reliant on a quarterback. And while Stetson Bennett won them a lot of games and won them a national title last year because of his play, you can look back at that 2021 team where they didn't need great quarterback to play. They just needed adequate. And Stetson Bennett was able to give that to them then. And I think there's a good chance we see something similar play out with this 2023 team.
Yeah. Overall, what do you think about this week? We were talking about usually there's a story that hits and we're all kind of talking about it. That hasn't happened. I don't know if it's going to happen on the last day, maybe with Tennessee, but what do you think?
Yeah, this is the first year they've done it in Nashville. They did it in Atlanta last year. They did it. They're going to do it in Dallas next year. This event feels a lot more corporate now than it certainly used to. It's not the circus that it was in Hoover, for better and for worse. And I think to your point, Carl, there's not a big trend coming out of this. There's not some overarching story, some big news coming out of it. And that's sort of the way that this has gone. And next year, like even frankly this week, there have been a lot of questions about Texas and Oklahoma, two teams that aren't playing in the SEC this year. And so, yes, I understand that those reporters have their own stories to work on. But at SEC Media Days this year, so much of the topic and the discussion, it hasn't necessarily been about the teams and the football we're going to see on the field this year. I mean, Brian Kelly got asked a question about artificial intelligence on Monday, and
Right.
So I think it just sort of speaks to what this has become and what this has morphed into. You're no longer getting the tidbits and the things that you sort of used to get into it. It's a little bit more corporate, a little bit more white collar, prim and proper and things like that. And I think you've sort of seen that play out this week.
Yeah, I guess the only storyline we could come up with was just how, Jimbo kind of threw some gas on the fire when he couldn't give you a straight answer about who was going to be the OC for A&M. That's about it, because other than Kirby looking like Elvis, walking in like he owned the room.
Yeah, no, and I'll say this about Kirby. Hey, look, he never loves talking to the assembled media in Athens, but you saw it certainly last year, and then I think again this year, just further hammered it home. He is so comfortable up there speaking and eloquating about his program and what he has gotten this team to do. And I think he understands that for him, he's not going to answer questions about the football program and who's playing quarterback and things like that, but he's going to use this platform to send a message. Complacency is a big thing that he's worried about here. He's avoiding questions about the three-peat and what that might entail. He's worried about every single day getting better. The big phrase he unveiled this week, better never rest, something from the All Blacks rugby team from New Zealand. And so, I think Kirby Smart, again, for better or worse, that's sort of what SEC Media Days has turned into. It's not the unfortunate, Jimbo Fisher using it to sort of, maybe shed some light on his program unwillingly. But I think it's Kirby Smart using his voice and recognizing the platform that he has to send not just a message to the SEC, but more importantly to his team.
Always good to talk with you, Connor. Great stuff. We appreciate you, man, and great work this week as always. Good job, man.
Yeah, man, he's dialed in, and again, there really hasn't been many storylines, and Connor kind of touched on it. I'm not trying to, tell you that it couldn't be an explosive story tomorrow or Friday, but it has become very corporate. Just the fact that only 13 questions were asked of Kirby Smart. You don't really get that kind of the juice you get from a more intimate setting, and maybe you got more when Kirby spoke to some of the media the week before.
Yeah, I thought he had a great week. And again, not to take anything away from Heupel and the guys are going to speak tomorrow.
Right.
I thought it was Kirby. Guys, tonight, the last call is easy. Nick Saban said his favorite cake today is carrot cake. What is your favorite cake, or where's the best place to get your favorite cake?
Oh, well, it's got to be an ice cream cake, a cookie puss from Carvel. No, let me think about that. But you and I were saying when it's got the right icing and
carrot
it's done
cake is
right,
delicious.
Carrot cake's awesome.
All right,
Money.
it's a very easy question tonight. All right, and if you're like, I don't like cake, well then don't call.
Now does key lime pie count?
Ooh, no, it's not a cake.
All right.
404-726-0929. I will tell you mine. Mike will tell you his. We'll go around the room. Dede, you got a favorite cake? Colonel?
Come on, Carl.
All right, we'll find out, and we want to know from you. 404-726-0929. Nick Saban's favorite cake is carrot cake. Best cake, best place to get a cake. You're up, coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Your chance to chime in on the biggest stories of the day.
Oh, it's an easy one today. We all love cake, don't we? I know some people are like, I don't like cake. I like cupcakes. I don't like cake. I like pie. I don't like cake. If you don't like cake, I don't know if we can be friends.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. If you don't like dogs, don't like cake, you're off my list, pal.
I am a German chocolate cake guy.
Yeah.
Okay? Love the icing. German chocolate's my go-to. That is my birthday cake every year for the most part. And I'm all about it. Day-Day, what's your cake, man? What's your favorite cake?
So my favorite cake is a cake that Whole Foods make. It's a strawberry shortcake, but it's an actual, and I mean everything is fresh. You know, it's very fresh.
Whole Foods.
Whole Foods.
So I can get this cake?
Not every Whole Foods has it. I'm not telling you which Whole Foods does.
And he's not going to tell you. All right, so it's proprietary in his neighborhood. Turtle, what's your cake?
The banana bread cheesecake from the Cheesecake Factory.
Nice.
That is
You know
nothing
what?
better.
I used to live right behind the Cheesecake Factory in Buckhead.
Oh, it's the best.
I used to get the cheesecake with the cookie dough on it. But by the way, my number one, real quick, on your walk home, Cafe Intermezzo.
Oh yeah,
multiple locations around Metro Atlanta.
They do a great job.
But they have it's like the best. You can pick. They do like a white satin cheesecake. I always get the chocolate drizzle on it. I'm a cheesecake man.
Okay.
And Intermezzo was, that was our go-to.
No, it's a great spot.
We go have dinner at the old Federal. Remember Sean
Yeah,
Doty's
yeah, yeah.
place?
Yeah,
Walk over to Intermezzo, man.
Is Federal still there?
No, it's gone. He's got a pop-up downstairs here.
Okay.
But yeah, that was a spot, man.
It was a good spot. Yeah, that late night intermezzo. I'm gonna tell you right now. You're like, yeah, I'm gonna have that. 404-726-0929. What is your favorite cake? Why are we talking about this? Nick Saban admitted today carrot cake is his favorite, which everybody's like, really?
I like carrot cake.
And if you don't have a cake, like a best cake, tell us where to go. All right, maybe this is, or you can add to that. Here's the cake I like, and here's where I want to go get it, or where's the place, as Day-Day did with Whole Foods.
Did I ever tell you the story? My kid brother, it was my first job out in Long Island, out in the Hamptons. My kid brother comes out to dinner with my family, and he was about, I guess, maybe 11 or 12. Dad said, look, you're old enough, you order. So he ordered, and he comes out for dessert, and my brother's like, and they have the chalkboard with the desserts on it. My brother goes, I'll have the white Satan cheesecake. And my dad was like, really? And it was like, so the whole weekend it was like, this is Beelzebub's favorite dessert. I'll have the white Satan cheesecake.
Satan. David, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. David, what's your best cake? What's your favorite cake?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
It's got to be cheesecake and I don't know about the best place to get that, but my favorite place to get a good cake is Baby Cakes in Porterdale, Georgia.
Okay.
Baby Cakes in Porterdale, Georgia. Okay. Fair enough. Let's talk to Tony. Tony, you're up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man.
Hey, man.
What's going on, Tony?
I'm good, man. I'm good. But you guys, I got a place to tell you. It's very inexpensive. You got to make it. Okay. But first of all, I did a lot of baking back in my day. You know, I know people know how to bake stuff.
I bet you do, Tony.
I bet you.
But you go to Kroger, you get this thing. I don't know if it's a person or who she is, but Betty Crocker, and it's called confetti cake, man.
Confetti
if you
cake.
don't like confetti cake, what's your problem, man?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I guess, Elvira, you never got to have dessert. Everybody left you at the table.
Yeah, yeah.
Say goodnight to the bad guy.
Hello, I'm reloaded. Confetti cake. Anybody in the room? You like confetti cake?
What's that stupid cake they do down in New Orleans with the plastic baby in it? You ever seen that? Oh, yeah. I know you're looking at me funny. Look it up. I know. It sounds crazy.
What are you talking about?
It's not a real baby. Yeah.
You talking about king cake?
Yeah, king cake.
King cake is good.
Yeah, I know. It's just a gimmick of it.
Yeah. The gimmick of it. Yeah, king cake. Chief. What's going on, Chief? What's your favorite, the best cake, man?
What's happening, Chief?
What's up, Chief?
Look here, Chief. I love coconut cake. My mom used to make this coconut cake every birthday. She would put pineapples on top of it. It's delicious. I have one thing to ask you guys, though.
What?
We haven't heard much about what's going on with Stetson Bennett in L.A. So if you guys can give us some of that information in this week or so, let us know what they're thinking about Stetson out there in L.A.
All right. I mean, it's just they got to open up camp, and then he'll do his thing. But, like any other backup, you're just one injury away from getting his shot, right?
Yeah, I think.
But Stafford's supposed to be healthy this year.
He is. I say I think. I know this from sources that Sean really likes him. Sean McVay really likes Stetson Bennett.
Likes his makeup.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that Stetson Bennett is going to get the benefit of the doubt and immediately get a chance to play. But to Mike's point, he's gonna be on that team, and I think he'll be a backup, Mike. And listen, Stafford, we've talked about this. A lot of people said he was going to step away. He decides to come back. We're going to see what that looks like. But they're in a rebuild right now, guys. They traded guys away. They're kind of in a weird spot.
You know, we've always debated. You know, the conundrum. Would you be willing to have a couple of years of bleh after winning the Super Bowl?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Sign me up. Sign me up. All right, Travis, what's your favorite cake? Travis, you're up next.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, man, I got to go with the red velvet with the pecans on top with the cream icing.
Giddy up.
And just to give a plug to my classmate, Felicia, if you're ever in Macon, Georgia, go to Felicia Cake Factory and order the Hennessy cupcake.
Ooh.
Felicia. Can I call her by her first name? Felicia. They told me to come.
Hennessy cupcakes. That might be worth the detour on the way to Savannah.
He said Macon, Georgia. I'm all over. All right, one more, and then we're going to talk to John Chuckery, who's coming up next at 7 o'clock. Swede, what's your favorite cake, Swede?
Hey man,
Hey, man.
I can't stand Saban, but I love carrot cake. But my favorite, and you stole this one, is king cake. I photographed in New Orleans for 25 years.
Oh wow!
And Randazzo's in New Orleans. The king cake is fabulous. Thanks, guys. Love
Another
you.
layer to Swede. He also spent time in the Big Easy.
Well, I want to get in this guy's garage.
Right on.
Okay, I got to go through the boxes and all the stuff he's got. I mean, he's got pictures of OJ.
Yeah.
Was he Bobby Hebert's personal photographer? Is that what we're finding out?
It's unreal everything time Swede shares something
No,
with us.
but it was Jim Finks. If Jim Finks screwed me, I had to go to Atlanta. I had to be a mercenary. I couldn't get my contract.
Let's talk to our man, John Chuckery. What's up, John?
Cafe Intermezzo up at the Avalon. Is
Yeah,
up
I mentioned
there.
the one down the street. I love that place.
Oh,
man.
yeah, that was a great one over there. Cafe Intermezzo, good date spot.
It
Good
is.
date spot.
There's one over perimeter area, too.
Yeah,
Oh.
nice.
Now you got me thinking about all those desserts because when you walk in and you're like, oh, I'll have that, like you can't choose.
Right. Are you a crepes guy? Because they do crepes too, like a seafood crepe. If you're into that thing, not everybody digs it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I've had crepes. I don't know if I order them frequently.
It's like a French pancake.
You could put meat in it.
What you got going on tonight, John?
We'll check in with Chris Goforth in Nashville at SEC Media Days, and we'll talk to Bob Nightingale. And was a very interesting game last night. A couple of bad starts for Bryce Elder here back to back. So we'll see. We'll see if
Crandall's got a plan to fix that.
Again, I don't know where they go in the marketplace to go get a starting pitcher of any quality.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's why you got to be. If you got to really jump, if you're going to take the leap, you got to go all in.
Yeah, I mean, so again, I don't know how much you're going to be willing to give up for anybody, but it's again, starting pitching is never enough, right? Never enough. So we'll talk about all that.
All right, man. Stay right there. John Chuckery's coming up. Day-Day, let's get out of here and clear out, though.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, thanks to all of our guests today. You heard Connor Riley from Dog Nation. We also got a chance to catch up with Grant McCauley talking about the Braves. Braves news again, as we were talking earlier. Rosario is fine. Max Fried, 5 innings is the next step for him. And Snicker's saying this is going to be a slow process. They are not rushing him back. Soroka's going to start on Friday, and then Kyle Wright is going to pitch off the mound, and then regular bullpen session starting next week. This is why Mike's talking about the P word.
Yep.
All right. Also, big shout out today. You got a chance to hear from all the things going on at SEC Media Days. We will do that again tomorrow. Tomorrow's last day, guys. I mean, it starts and ends pretty quickly, and then it's going to be camps opening up for college football. But we got 3 more schools, including Tennessee. And I think a lot of people want to hear from Josh Heupel, Mike, about what's been going on there at Tennessee. Hey, man, Turtle, great job behind the glass, executive producing, Day-Day as well, Big Bo. We're back at you tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Make sure you are here. Don't miss anything. Mike Bell, let's roll, man. Clear your throat.
Hey, man, it was Saquon Barkley on the Money Matters podcast saying, what am I going to do? Not show up, screw my teammates, screw the team? Say that's not how he's built. He's got to come up with a strategy. He couldn't miss the camp. But, if you start missing games, you start losing money. You don't have to show up as part of the new collective bargaining agreement, but there's really no leverage because once the season starts, you're missing game checks. Le'Veon Bell sat out 2018, and they guesstimate he lost anywhere between $15 to $20 million when he finally got the Jets contract a year later. Not much room to wiggle for Saquon Barkley in New York.
Hey, it's time. Rory It's time for you to win your 5th major. He's coming off the Scottish Open win. He played well last week. He's been home for a couple of weeks. Tomorrow starts the Open Championship. And yes, I'm watching. Rory's been playing really well. If he ain't winning another major right now, Mike, I don't know when he's ever going to win another major. Hey, if you love the show,
you tell your friends.
If you don't,
John Rahm's going to clothesline you on the 14th green.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
John